On the news highlights for this week's episode of NDLEA Today. NDLEA chairman talks 7 senior military officers on the book writing. Drug war. NDLEA French police commend partnership as Mara seeks more support. NDLEA arrests Saudi-bound widow with cocaine in footwears, intercepts 5.6 kilogram of cocaine, meth heading to Australia, Cyprus. NDLEA spokesperson bag awards. Chairman Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Mara, retired, CONOFR, has tasked 7 senior military officers to engage in book writing to promote the reading culture among personnel and to reserve their vast military experiences for future learning. The NDLEA boss stated this at a public presentation and book launch titled Analytical Frameworks for Applying Critical Thinking to Operational Planning and Resolving Insurgency, with net assessment, written by Air Vice Marshal Sayola Tunde, Commandant, Air Force War College, Nigeria in Abuja. The book, which has 12 chapters and 337 pages, was admired by the dignitaries as a contribution to finding lasting solution to nation security. In his word, the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Mara, retired, said he had over the years encouraged military officers to engage in book writing to expand the frontiers of their knowledge in the services. He said book writing had always been his expectations from military officers, adding that the military has been at the forefront of research and development throughout contemporary history. He commended the author of the book, whom he said is a brilliant military professional, pilot, author, instructor, thinker, and strategist. Dignitaries at the book launch were representative of the Honorable Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Salihi Magashi, retired, and Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, FCT Minister Mohammed Musa Bello, National Security Advisor, NSA Babangana Monguno, service chiefs, and some top government officials. Chairman Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Mara, retired, has commended the support from the Police Nationale raid of France, especially in the area of training and equipment. The NDLEA boss, who spoke in his office in Abuja on Friday when the police attaché at the French Embassy in Nigeria, Emmanuel Verin, led a team of French VIP trainers, including Cedric B. and Christophe J., who were in the country to train a number of NDLEA officers in a special operation, paid him a courtesy visit. According to Mara, I'd like to appreciate the French government for its support as one of our leading partners. We have received tremendous help from France, not only in terms of training, but also equipment. The support was capped with my recent visit to France, where we received warm reception at all the institutions visited, and the training promised was promptly organized. We're grateful for that, and we're looking forward to more collaboration and support. In his response, Verin said, "We are proud to work with the NDLEA because your officers and men are very smart and professional, and that's why you're getting results. Hence, our priority in terms of support for NDLEA is in the area of training. Our trainers who have been here to train your men are specialists and top in the field. We'll do this for a very long time, and we're glad to work with you." A 56-year-old woman and mother of 4, Mrs. Ajisegiri Kehinde Sidika, has been arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos, over her attempt to traffic 400 grams of cocaine concealed in her footwear to Makkah, Saudi Arabia. The suspect, who claims to be a businesswoman trading in adult and children's wear on Lagos Island, was intercepted on Sunday the 13th of November while trying trying to board a Qatar Airways flight going to Saudi Arabia via Doha. Upon a critical examination of the pair of sandals she was wearing, 2 parcels of cocaine weighing 400 grams were recovered from them. In the same vein, attempts by tricycle part seller Ayoade Kehinde Tayo to send 1 kilogram of tramadol, 225 milligram, and rofinol to Istanbul, Turkey via Cairo on an Egypt airline flight same day were also frustrated by NDLEA operatives who arrested him. He was at the airport to hand over the drugs hidden inside a bag of food items to an intending passenger, Idowu Ayoade, who was arrested before he succeeded in doing that. An intending passenger to Oman via ASKI airline, Agbamuche Bright Nkeonye, and the lady Adeoye Oluwakemi Fatimo, who accompanied him to present a bag containing varieties of foodstuff and body lotion which were used to conceal 1.10 kilogram of cannabis and some rofinol capsules, were also arrested at the departure hall of the Lagos airport on Thursday, 18th November. Anti-narcotics officers attached to the Sako export shed of the airport equally foiled attempts by traffickers to smuggle consignments of cannabis and ecstasy tablets concealed in 3 tubers of yam going to Dubai, UAE on Wednesday, 17th November. The freight agent who presented the yams for export, Negbu Ugochi Akuna, was promptly arrested, while the consignor, Amodu Suleiman, was also nabbed thereafter. In a related development, not less than 5.6 kilograms of meth, cocaine, and tramadol were discovered in items like PlayStation, bicycles, motor propeller, and local fabrics packaged for export to Australia and Cyprus through some courier firms in Lagos. 2 suspects, Gabriel Emeka and Ventura Grillo, had been arrested in a follow-up operation linked to one of the seizures. In Niger State, NDLEA operatives on stop-and-search operation along Mokwa Jeba Road on Saturday, 12 November, arrested 2 suspects, Ismail Musa and Jida Abbas, with 10,780 bottles of Akuskura, a new psychoactive substance concealed inside 2 Toyota Camry saloon cars marked AGL 861 GS Lagos and KMK 118 SC Bayelsa. The consignment, loaded in Ibadan, Oyo State, was going to Abuja for distribution. While operatives intercepted 25,000 capsules of tramadol in Plateau and arrested the owner, Ifeanyi Unwenwe, a beer parlor operator, in a follow-up operation in Bauchi. Pharmaceutical opioids worth more than 30 million naira were intercepted in a commercial bus in Asaba, Delta State on Thursday, 18th November. In Ondo State, operatives stormed the Ijare forest on Friday, 19th November, where a total of 600.5 kilograms of cannabis weed and seeds were recovered, while 142.8 kilograms of the same substance were seized when NDLEA officers raided the Zone 3 motor park in Wuse area of Abuja. In his reaction, the Chairman Chief Executive of the NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Mara, retired, commended the officers and men of the MMIA, Tinkan, Delta, FCT, Niger, Ondo, and Plateau commands, as well as those of the Directorate of Operations and General Investigations, for their passion, commitment, and remarkable efforts to get results in their areas of responsibility. He enjoined them and their compatriots across the country to stay focused and resilient in the pursuit of the agency's corporate goal. It was another celebration for the nation's anti-drug agency and its Director Media and Advocacy, as they were both honored at the Security and Emergency Management Awards recently. The recognition was in continuation of the series of accolades that have come the way of the organization in recent months. Whereas the NDLEA was honored with Crime Prevention Award, its Director Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, bags the Spokesman of the Year award. A visibly elated Babafemi, who was on hand to receive the awards on behalf of the NDLEA and his humble self, assured the organizers of the determination of the agency to rid the nation of the drug scourge.
Chairman Chief Executive of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency NDLEA, Brigadier General Muhammad Buba Marwa retired, CON-OFR, had said that the ongoing amendment of the agency's acts at the National Assembly will further boost the country's fight against substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking. Marwa, who stated this in his opening remark at the NDLEA Special Purpose Committee Conference in Abuja on Thursday, 24th November, disclosed that some of the details of the new bill, which is in its final stage of being passed, will strengthen the hands of the agency and discourage trafficking of illicit substances because of the stringent punishment measures stipulated for drug offenses. While appreciating the SPC members, who are experts in relevant fields that constitute an advisory group to support the work of the agency across the country for their contributions to the achievements of the NDLEA under his leadership, Marwa said the time is now for well-spirited Nigerians to join the fight against the drug scourge, which though is not in every family, but in every community. He added that President Muhammadu Buhari understands the drug problem very well and has, as part of his continued support, approved the recruitment of additional 5,000 officers and men to further strengthen the agency. While briefing the conference of the several successes so far recorded by the NDLEA under him, Marwa said apart from putting premium on training, he has also ensured that personnel welfare remains top on his agenda. In her goodwill message to the conference, First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, who is a member of the SPC, emphasized the importance of the strategic committee to the work of the NDLEA. In her words, what NDLEA has achieved in recent time is a reflection of the focus, patriotism, and commitment of General Marwa. He is the kind of person Nigeria needs in leadership positions to take this country to the great heights it's destined for. She urged the gathering to remain optimistic about a glorious Nigeria. Experts who made presentations at the conference, coordinated by Otumba Lanre Ikwemusho, a former Director General of the NDLEA, include Professor Abdul Wakawa, Professor Luwatoyin Odeku, Professor Isodore Obot, among others. Yes, it's true. Drugs are a vice in our society, costing lives and huge economic losses. But the story is not the same because the game has changed. It's a red card for drugs in Nigeria. There is a new sheriff in town. Brigadier General Muhammad Buba Marwa is moving hard and fast with full speed and precision to rid the country of the drug scourge. NDLEA Today is a program that gives you a front seat in understanding the highs and lows, the laws of drug enforcement in the country. Join us every Monday from 5:30 to 6 p.m. on the network service of the NTA, Africa's largest TV network. NDLEA Today. Don't miss it. The Training and Doctrine Command of the Nigerian Army is the major pillar upon which the operations of the Nigerian Army is built. Thus, the Chadok Command's ability to track the exploits of its personnel is not in doubt, and each time it taps any of its officers and men for one form of recognition or the other, such honor is usually cherished by the recipient. It was one of such a great occasion at the Army Headquarters Command Officers Mess Asokoro, when the Chairman Chief Executive of the NDLEA, Brigadier General Muhammad Buba Marwa, retired, led a pack of distinguished honorees to receive various awards for their efforts, while 26 outstanding officers were honored for their academic excellence. The NDLEA boss, on the other hand, was honored with a special Army Chadok Award for not just his immense contribution to national development, but also as a worthy ambassador of the Nigerian Army. The award, which was presented to General Marwa by the Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, was a follow-up to a series of other awards and commendations that the agency and its leadership had received in the last couple of months due to its outstanding success in the drug war. One of the two brothers who served as major sources of illicit drug supplies in southeast and south-south parts of the country, Onyagalachi Stephen Nwagu, has been arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) after 9 years of being on his trail. The other brother, Eze Caleb Stephen, who is also wanted, narrowly escaped during the overnight operation carried out simultaneously in their two locations. Investigations show the two notorious brothers began a career in illicit drug business since the late 90s, when they started as pocket dealers before they later established smoking joints, bunks in their communities, and subsequently grew to become barons, owning hotels, houses in choice areas of Abia, Rivers, and Imo State, with exotic cars in their homes. The NDLEA has been on their trail since 2013, when they organized a mob attack on some of the agency's operatives who attempted to apprehend them during a raid. At least one of the officers attacked then is still bedridden till date. The two drug lords equally own armed militia guarding their houses and drug stores, where they deal in assorted illicit substances like cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, locally called Mpurumiri, loud Arizona, and all sorts. Fresh bead to bring the duo to book and end their criminal trade was launched 4 months ago, leading to a simultaneous raid operation on their locations on Saturday, 26 November 2022, while the younger brother, Onyagalachi Stephen Nwagu, who lives in Umuahia, the Abia state capital, was successfully arrested. The other brother, Eze Caleb Stephen, narrowly escaped when his Itiga Upola community home was stormed by operatives backed by men of the Nigerian army. In the course of the operation, one of their militia men, Eberechi Kingsley Monday, was also arrested. During the raid, quantities of cocaine and variants of cannabis were recovered from the two houses, while the agency has so far sealed 2 hotels, 1 eatery, 2 mansions linked to them, and recovered 3 exotic vehicles from their homes as efforts are ongoing to trace more of their bank accounts and properties. Reacting to the development, Chairman Chief Executive of NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired CON/OFR, commended the officers and men of the agency involved in the operation, as well as men of the military who supported them for their professionalism. He said it is in the interest of the fleeing baron to turn himself in before the agency smokes him out. Niger State Council takes WADA advocacy lecture to Stanford School of Nursing Science with 200 nursing and midwifery students in attendance. The Iroko Special Area Command conducts WADA sensitization program at the Palace of Oniko of Ikolaje, His Royal Highness Oba John Olatunde Ojo, JP. Rivers State Command takes WADA advocacy lecture to Peculiar Global Child Academy, Borni. Ogun State Command takes WADA advocacy lecture to Progress International College, Arilese, Abeokuta South. Borno State Command, in partnership with the NYSC WADA Club, delivers drugs use sensitization lecture at Government College, Maiduguri.
Do you know that drug abuse can lead to dependence? People may take a prescription medication for pain or another medical condition. This kind of use can sometimes develop into a substance use disorder. The following are known triggers for substance use disorders: having a family history of addiction, living in an environment where illegal drugs are often used and easy to access, having a history of anxiety, having a history of depression, having a history of other mental health conditions. Do you know the long-term outlook for people with drug dependence is fatal? If left untreated, dependence on illicit drugs can be dangerous. You may increase your drug use as your body adapts to the drugs. This can result in an overdose or death. Treatment can reverse dependence, but you must want to be treated. Sometimes, treatment is successful the first time, but relapse is common. Ongoing therapy and support groups can help you recover, stay on track, and address symptoms of relapse.
Now let's see what questions we have for this week. Aisha Muhammad from Lokoja, Kogi State wrote, what are the requirements for registering a non-governmental organization against drug abuse? Good to know you're interested in this worthy cause. Please visit our website on www.ndlea.gov.ng for registration requirements and procedures. Next is Jude Wankwo from Owerri, Imo State. He asked, please, I would like to know if alcohol is a drug. Absolutely. Alcohol is a drug classified as a depressant. Alcohol is quickly absorbed into the bloodstream and goes directly into the brain. Alcohol is the most commonly abused drug in many countries, including Nigeria. Please keep the questions and comments coming, and we will surely attend to all of them. That is how far we can go on this edition of the program. Please keep the questions and comments on the various platforms until we come your way next week with a fresh episode of the program. Stay away from drugs, my friend. and please remain in the right situation always.
"24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Good evening and welcome to another episode of the program Easy Access to Healthcare for All, a program that brings you updates on the activities and happenings around the National Health Insurance Scheme and the health insurance space at large. The past 3.5 years have been filled with tremendous breakthroughs for the NHIA, continuous efforts by the present leadership to put the authority on the right trajectory cannot be overemphasized. In this episode, we'll bring you a brief interview with Professor Mohammed Nasser Sambo, Director General, NHIA, where he gives an update on the efforts put in place to increase health insurance coverage and to put the authority on a path towards fulfilling its mandate. I am Aisha Mohammed Ahmed, your regular anchor. Stay tuned for the full program coming your way after the break.
It is a program that is designed to ensure nobody is left behind in the health insurance ecosystem.
It's an excellent scheme to support Nigerians.
I've been benefiting from this scheme.
It's very nice. We really enjoying it.
We appreciate their effort.
First on the program is a highlight of events around the NHIA. In the news, Professor Sambo calls on staff to be good ambassadors, just as NBA calls for support for the NHIA.
The Director General, National Health Insurance Authority, Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, has called on staff of the organization to be good ambassadors. The DG was speaking at a meeting held with members of staff at its headquarters on Monday, November 28, 2022, as the authority is working toward its forthcoming health insurance summit.
So that the way
Speaking further, Professor Sambo said the authority has enjoyed tremendous growth, so the summit will be a golden opportunity for the NHIA and will help the authority showcase itself for support.
we have been able to push forward and we have reached this level that we are trying to showcase what we are doing. Therefore, we want every staff of the organization to be a good ambassador to this organization. This summit is a rare privilege. It's a rare privilege. In fact, some organizations, they don't even have the courage or something to go and bring Mr. President to lunch. But we have tried to package. I want us to be committed, to be good ambassadors in terms of disseminating information, in terms of getting people to know about this summit, in terms of people to understand the content of the summit, in terms of educating and enlightening people about the aftermath of the summit. What is the summit is all about? What does the summit wants to achieve, and so on and so forth. That's
opportunities that he gave to us to serve.
The President, Nigerian Bar Association, Yakubu Chonoko Michael, San, has called on President Buhari to support the National Health Insurance Authority in its quest towards the attainment of universal health coverage. Michael stated this in an interview when he paid a visit to the headquarters of the National Health Insurance Authority in Abuja.
Of the purpose of the legislation.
Speaking further, he added that additional funding will enable the authority fulfill its mandate to Nigerians. Michael said the NBA is delighted to be part of the NHIA and will align itself with its objectives, especially the economic benefits of all Nigerians having access to health care.
So if there is a need for the interpretation of any provision of the law, NBA, like I said, is prepared to either take it up on the authority of this authority, the National Health Insurance Authority, or support whatever effort that the authority would do in order to get clarity in any of the provisions of the legislation that appears hazy or that appears to have multiple interpretations, just so that the court can put clarity to it. And then it's also going to be part of the implementation process. That is why I'm so grateful to the Director General in finding us worthy to participate in the processes of the implementation of this law. And in whatever way we can contribute to support the process of the implementation, we are prepared to do it, we are available to do it, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that the legislation succeeds. This authority also succeeds in the task that is given to it by this legislation.
Pool financial resources in order to purchase affordable and quality health care for all Nigerians. In this episode, we'll hear from Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, DG NHIA, where he gives an update on the journey so far and efforts put together by the authority to expand coverage. Let us hear him in our next segment, Issues Around the NHIA. Keep watching.
The National Health Insurance Scheme was created in 1999 by the federal government to bring quality and affordable healthcare to Nigerians. The scheme started running in 2006 with civil servants in the employment of the federal government enrolled into the formal sector health insurance program, accessing healthcare for themselves, a spouse, and 4 biological children under the age of 18. The scheme, however, struggled with increasing its reach beyond the formal sector, with various other health insurance programs to cater for the informal sector. Very minimal success was achieved as the NHIA battled with internal wrangling between management and staff. There was also a general lack of coordination between the federal and state offices. In July 2019, Professor Nasir Sambo was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the NHIS, who has been described as a round peg in a round hole. Soon after his appointment, he embarked on a number of reforms, advocacy, trainings to reposition the NHIS for efficiency. In May 2022, the NHIS received a boost when the much-awaited Amended Act was signed into law, remaining the scheme as the National Health Insurance Authority and making healthcare mandatory for all Nigerians.
We continue to
Speaking in a recent interview, Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, as Director General of the NHIA, explains more on their operations.
the activities of NHIA is concerned for all, whether you are rich or poor. If you are rich and you feel that you have sufficient resources to have healthcare arrangement anytime, but just remember that in your own village there could be relatives of yours that are very close to you that are having challenges in obtaining healthcare or having access to healthcare services. The NHIS is created to ensure that those people that have difficulty are brought on board to have a very good healthcare services and ultimately have a productive life.
Looking back from when he assumed office, Professor Sambo explained the journey so far and measures put in place by the authority to expand coverage.
When we came, we x-rayed the ecosystem and we realized that there are so many problems. And apart from x-raying the situation, the report of the presidential panel has underscored a lot of problems about 10 key problematic areas that we were given to quickly address. So our first year was dedicated to ensure that we brought in stability into the organization.
The three-point rebranding agenda of Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo is seen as a pillar that has helped reshape the operations of the authority.
We embark on what we call rebranding agenda of the organization, which was anchored on three pillars. One, restoring value system that will make the organization credible and result-oriented. Second, engendering transparency and accountability in the entire operation of the organization. And third, to accelerate the drive towards attainment of universal health coverage. We felt that rebranding effort is very, very key to, one, be able to stabilize the organization, number two, to be able to reform the organization, and number three, to refocus the organization for better performance.
Professor Sambo's three-point rebranding agenda was a move in the right direction, given that it has contributed significantly in putting the authority on the right path. It touches on every operation of the authority.
We went straight into deconstructing the pillars into various elements. Like if you look at the element, the first pillar has about 3 elements that has to do with creating a very good and working enabling environment, ensuring discipline within the organization, and creating mutual respect and harmony, and ensuring that equity is engendered in the process of managing the organization. And we step in to implement all those elements that we have identified as key for stabilizing the organization. That is why this organization that has been notorious in terms of crisis has now been fully transformed. You don't hear any crisis within the organization. Neither do you hear any heard of any crisis outside the organization. So with respect to the transparency and accountability, we have worked very closely with all the stakeholders in the health insurance ecosystem. And we have consistently embarked on process of informing, educating, and enlightening people so that they know what the health insurance is all about, what is their roles and responsibility.
Modifications that will increase coverage of Nigerians.
In expanding the fiscal space, we have pursued it in two-pronged approach, which is in line with the third pillar of the rebranding. One, we try to consolidate the existing programs that are there, programs for the formal sector, programs for the employees of the formal sector, and employees of the federal sector. There were a lot of bottlenecks in the implementation of these programs. So we tried to look at those bottlenecks with a view to finding how to resolve them. And we have gone far in trying to address most of the key critical issues that are affecting the smooth operation of that system.
Professor Sambo explains more on the innovative program that is bringing succor to the vulnerable.
And the second perspective is the issue that has to do with innovation. We have created a lot of innovations that is aimed to expanding the fiscal space. One of the things that we have done, even though we made it on ground but not being implemented, is the issue of basic healthcare provision fund. This is a system. This is a creation of the National Health Act, this Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, creation of the National Health Act that has given healthcare delivery system opportunity to have 1% of its consolidated revenue, and out of which about 50% is coming to the National Health Insurance Authority, and we in turn distribute it to the states. Because states have their state health insurance agencies so that they can cover the vulnerable segment of the population. By vulnerable, we are talking about the poor, the women with the reproductive age, and the children under 5, people with disability, and other people that are in disadvantageous positions. So this is what the basic healthcare provision is aimed to achieve. And if you go to almost all the states apart from Rivers and Akwa Ibom, you realize that a lot of vulnerable people are benefiting already from the program.
He speaks fact.
We have also created what we call Group, Individual and Family Social Health Insurance Program, GIFSHIP. About 1.5 years ago, Honorable Minister of Health launched that program. That program is intended to bring the informal sector. If you look at the informal sector segment of the population, I mean those people that are self-employed, those people that are working in an organization that has less than 5 workers, they constitute majority, the bulk of the population.
Significantly, a move that seeks to expand coverage for the NHIA is the Vulnerable Group Fund in the new NHIA Act. Professor Sambo explains his optimism.
The most important issue that we have done in expanding the fiscal space is to ensure that we have changed the law establishing the National Health Insurance Scheme to what we now have as National Health Insurance Authority. The most important aspect of that law is that it makes a provision of what we call vulnerable group funds. And these vulnerable group funds, it is intended to take responsibility of about 83 million poor Nigerians that have no financial access to the healthcare system. So with the signing of this law, health insurance is now made mandatory, irrespective of where you are, and you have ability to pay. You must come to the National Health Insurance System. If you are not gainfully employed to the extent that you can pay for the health insurance services, we are by this vulnerable group fund, you will have opportunity to be covered.
Welcome back. Mr. Aberaran Adelaja is the Zonal Coordinator, North Central Zone A. It comprises Niger, Kogi, and Kwara State. As someone who has grown through the ranks in the National Health Insurance Authority, Mr. Adelaja has a lot to say about health insurance. Our discussion with him as a stakeholder in the implementation of the NHIA centered around North Central A. He starts with an assessment of the healthcare delivery in the zone.
Well, in the North Central A zone, covering Kwara, Kogi, and Niger, I think the states are doing well and assessing across our various programs. If you look at the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, the NHIS is collaborating with the state social health insurance agencies, and we are doing quite well. They have done accreditation of primary health care facilities, and then access to care has started, at least in most of the places. And the enrollment is also good, and the responses from the field, because recently I undertook a monitoring and evaluation of some of those facilities under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. And the responses that we're getting from the field is quite good. The NHIS Gateway is working and working quite well. At the level of the other programs, the formal sector programs, we're also doing well. We have done quality assurance in a number of the facilities. We have also done reaccreditation of some facilities in the zone. And one of the things that we're also doing is to engage with the various managements of the various agencies, the facilities rather, so that we know what are the challenges and then to profile solution. In fact, in one of the teaching hospitals in the zone, we had to undertake a training for everybody who was involved in the NHIS clinic, and the results are quite good.
Mr. Adelaja explains the peculiarities of his zone and the significant effort put in place to reach even the suburbs of his terrain.
Kwara, Kogi, and Niger, unfortunately, do not have the best of road networks. But I know a lot of improvements are happening in recent times. Niger, some security challenges in some local governments. Some of the areas in Kwara and also Kogi are also flashpoints. But basically, we have tried within the limits of what is possible to try and get to the rural areas, because that's where we have the population. And what we do is to work with some agencies to know what is happening. We work with information. We collaborate with the local communities, and they're able to guide us around. And we are reaching quite a lot.
Bearing in mind that the North Central also has a large informal sector population, Mr. Adelaja says efforts are being put in place to attain coverage.
We are working with the state social health insurance agencies. Not too long ago, we had this forum where we discussed the concept of health insurance under one roof, which was introduced by our current Executive Secretary, Professor Emen Sambo, and as a matrix of cover. The idea is that there are areas where the states can move in, and then we allow them to move in. And there are areas where we come in, we also come in. But essentially, we are improving on communication and marketing. Recently, in Lokoja, we pulled people from the various states under the zone to do a training on communication and marketing strategy for gift ship. That has to do with issues of messaging, issues of approaches and all of that. And that's one way that we're trying to speak with people outside of the formal sector. Because like we said, gift ship is formalizing the informal sector. And that has quite a number of people. We can target individuals, we're targeting groups and families. We're also engaging with the media. We have a number of activities that we do with the various media organizations to help us propel the message of health insurance.
The new NHIA flagship program, Gift Ship, is gaining acceptance within the zone, but however, not without a few challenges. Mr. Adelaja speaks on it.
It's recent, and then we have done quite a number of enrollments. But the challenge also has been that people need to understand it more. Because we had a program before, which is VisiShip, and GiftShip is an improvement on on VisiShip. So the idea now is that people need to, that transition is a bit challenging, but again, with information, we are making progress. The idea is that people can see that this is better for the entire system, because this provides for a larger pool to be able to provide services.
That was Mr. Abiraran Adilaja, North Central A Zonal Coordinator, speaking on various issues around the zone. We will now take your questions in this last segment of the program.
Where do I register? How can I do it? Where do I register? How can I get enrolled?
How can I get enrolled?
Question: does this NHIS have an avenue for complaint?
There are avenues for complaints. We have our call centers, we have our state offices, and we also have some of our major program departments that look after complaints like enforcement, standards and quality assurance, and formal sector.
Where do I register? How can I do it? Where do I register? How can I get enrolled?
How can I get enrolled?
This is all we can take on our episode today. Join us for another interesting episode again, same time and on this same station, as we continue to bring you more stories of happenings around the NHIA and the health insurance ecosystem at large. But if you do have inquiries or comments, send them to any of our feedback channels showing on your screen, or call any of the NHIA helplines at the end of the program. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cross the right hand. So that's what how my right hand was cut up.
He's working with Closhy with which year that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not ordinary. Do you use marry his wife?
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Dushman, Lucy, Pius, therapy.
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
Research has it that tribal marks were better to aid the identification of an individual's lineage. The parents of a newborn would add tribal marks to differentiate their offsprings from other ethnic groups. In the southeastern part of Nigeria, these marks are largely temporal, while some are permanent. Uli are temporal lines that create various shapes in female bodies. They last for about 7 days before wearing off. They are drawn with light dyes, usually of yellow, black, white, and brown colors. Uli drawings is mainly used for celebrations. Its main purpose is to beautify a woman and make her look more attractive for tribal holidays. CBD marks are used on wall drawings, and for some they can be used as body tattoos. There are over 500 known CBD symbols with various meanings. Obwanje marks are spiritual protection given to children who are under any form of life-threatening sickness. Some Igbos believe that the only way to protect children from being taken away by evils are to leave marks on their bodies. Ndri is in sun-like curved lines that go from forehead to male chain and across the cheeks. It is usually used by people from Okanri territories. Ichi scarification is something an individual voluntarily experiences. Ichi are marks for affluence and social status. It is not for children. The process is usually painful because it is done with knives and the scars remain there for life. Such procedure lasts for an hour. The scarification is an evidence that the wearer has passed the initiation into the aristocratic Nzenozo society. In the present-day southeastern Nigeria, tribal marks is almost non-existent. From temporal to the permanent marks, their traditional meanings are still relevant.
I'm actually a passionate baker. I don't rest until everything is done.
When I entered university, anytime I'm broke, I'll make cupcakes and go and sell to the other students.
Decorating cake it's an artistic thing, and art is, dynamic. And art is, dynamic.
Network service of the NTA.
Make you take careful, no go damage your life. You've got one life to live. My original. You know where to go. So
For more than 5 decades, we have been in the business of promoting and enforcing standards in the country. We have touched virtually all sectors of the economy, providing standards for products and services to guarantee quality and safety of consumers, as well as protect local manufacturers from unfair competition by substandard imported products. In the last 2 weeks, we have provided you insights on how the Standards Organization of Nigeria has evolved in the last 50 years. Our focus this week is on how the agency has provided technical support to local manufacturers of goods through the years. The program you are watching is your program, Standard and You, your guide to product quality and safety. My name is Ifenyuwa Okonkwo, and thanks for joining us on the program. Do not go anywhere. I'll be back shortly.
My good people of Nigeria, anytime you want to buy iron rod, there are 4 important things you look out for. One of them is the name of the manufacturer, which is on the product, date of production, which is on the product also, the length of the rod, which must be 12 meters, nothing short of 12 meters, and then the diameter. If you are going for 8 mm, ensure that the diameter of the rod you are buying is exactly 8 mm, nothing less than that. If you are going for 10 mm, ensure that the diameter of the rod you are buying is 10 mm, nothing less than SON.
Improving lives through standards.
A warm welcome to Standard and You, your guide to product quality and safety. It is the process of coordinating, developing, and enforcing technical standards rising from consensus reached by various stakeholders, which include consumers and firms. This activity in any jurisdiction is coordinated by a standard body. In Nigeria, the responsibility rests on the Standards Organization of Nigeria, the SON. For over 50 years, yes, 50 solid years, the SON, working with relevant stakeholders, elaborated and enforced standards in the country. It may interest you to know that manufacturers of goods are the greatest beneficiaries of these standards. In what ways have they benefited, and have these standards
turned around the fortunes of these companies through the years. Please take a listen.
One of the core functions of the Standards Organization of Nigeria is the elaboration of standards. These standards are developed by the agency in collaboration with relevant stakeholders in academia, business, among others. The laboratory is a critical facility needed by the SON to enable it function effectively in carrying out product analysis and quality assurance. When the SON began operation about 50 years ago, it had just a couple of laboratories, as explained by a former Director General of the SON.
The few officers I have here, they were not up to 10. I called them and talked to them. Do you visit offices, the industries? Do you go to inspect industries? They said, no, sir. Well, how will we go there? They will not allow us to enter. If we go to the gate, the security man would not allow us to enter. So we don't go again. So what do you really do? Oh, we are not doing it. We don't sit here. So that was how this organization is. And for me to kickstart, I told them we are going to visit industries and that I have a 503 here. That's my own vehicle that will use it to go to the industries, that they will allow me to enter because I'm wearing uniform. I went to the Commissioner of Police that I need policemen because I have to enforce quality of products in this country. So they gave me over 20 mopo and 4 senior officers, and police had their truck. So when I'm going to any industry, it was like going to war. People were wondering what have they done wrong. We say we are coming to inspect. All the chief executives will come out and then they will lead us through. So that's how we started the inspection of industries.
The agency contended with other problems ranging from poor logistics, inadequate fund, while making serious efforts to gain public acceptance and relevance at that time.
I felt Ikorodu Road was too small to stay for an organization that would set standards for the entire country, for the room, no telephone. So I sent my orderly to go to P&T that I want 5 lines. Within 48 hours, I must have 4 or 5 lines of telephone, and they supplied the 5 lines. So I gave 3 to my staff, I gave 2 for myself as the chief executive. I had 2 lines. Now to visit the industries. My vehicle alone cannot carry out the job. So I needed vehicles to do the job. And obviously, there was no vehicle. We were under the Ministry of Industry. And I went to complain to them. They said they don't have enough vehicles. I said, well, we are under you. They said, yes. They can only give what they have. So I asked the army to assist me. And they gave me one old 505 that was still smoking. We were able to repair. So we had 2 vehicles. My personal vehicle and the military vehicle. That was what we were using. Visit to companies in Lagos.
As the nation's economy grew over the years, with government developing the non-oil sector, more industries emerged and the need for the SON to expand its activities became imperative.
It's a milestone in our collective effort to create an enabling environment for the ease of doing business, to prepare them to face the challenges that comes with manufacturing within Nigeria and export of products beyond the shores of Nigeria.
One of the outcomes of my research also showed that over 80% of substandard products in Nigeria came from China. And so that informed the kind of approach I took. I, for example, put 3 levels of intervention. 1, how can we get the Chinese not to bring bad products into Nigeria? 2, how do we stop those products from the ports from getting into Nigeria? And thirdly, how do we educate Nigerians enough so that even if when they see those substandard products, they will not buy them? Because there are substandard products everywhere, in the UK, in the US. The difference is that we embrace those products unlike the British or Americans who, when they get those substandard products, they will fight you to death.
Successive heads of the Standards Organization of Nigeria invested in quality infrastructural development, providing the agency with adequate capacity to deliver its mandate to Nigerians.
Globally now, laboratories are now certified. So certification of labs is key. Our labs are internationally accredited. That means whatever test is carried out in this lab, that is a big achievement. It's not just any lab that result can be accepted. The result from SN lab is accepted globally because it has been accredited into international accreditation system. So therefore, any product tested and certified by Standard Organization Lab is accepted globally. That is the major achievement of SON. So investment in lab is key to the success of SON in doing these duties.
Enugu was a zonal office, and the zonal structure then, you cover more than one state. So as far as Enugu, we travel to Imo State for inspection. We cover Enugu, Ebonyi, Imo, Anambra. These are the areas we cover, and we travel from Enugu every day with just one vehicle. We travel all that length, go and do the inspection, come back at night. Highly challenging. But we thank God, God has helped us thus far.
Within those days, when we are having inspections, we have a lot of logistics problems. I can remember sometimes we go with our personal cars, but now we have a lot of vehicles to take us, operational vehicles that can take us down for our inspections. Even during those days, I have an accident, a serious accident that I even lost a colleague. He was in coma for 6 months at Lagoon Hospital and eventually died. It was a terrible experience, but compared to now, things have changed. With the present crops of DG we've had, along the years, we've had a very good experience and good this thing with our stakeholders. Our stakeholders now, they have more respect for us.
There are thousands of factories or industries in the country. They produce goods from domestic to industrial products. These businesses, like other parts of Africa, contend with a myriad of challenges. There's a problem of inadequate power, multiple taxation, among others. Operators of industries have demonstrated confidence on the Nigerian business environment despite these challenges.
As a standards, actually, they also came in and they used to approach us from the Lagos zone. Okay. And they also said they were not having even equipments for testing. In in those days. Even some of the testing is usually done by manual. Chemicals. It was not with all these latest technologies. Now we have a universal tensile machine. Those days there's no tensile machines. Even the chemical compositions, we have the latest equipments of spectrometer. But those days they have to do manually with the chemicals, with the liquid chemicals actually. Yeah. So that is how it has been started and established actually. But time to time, the SYN, whenever they come, they visit us. We jointly work together. We share the knowledge, and they also correct us wherever we are having any issues actually.
One good thing that happened was, the advices they gave us to meet the standards of production in Nigeria and some compliances to do within our factory. All these inputs, it gave us an improvement in our production facility, in terms of hygiene, housekeeping, good manufacturing practices, to say in short. So there were many such benefits that came in. And ever since then, with regular SON inspection and their advices, there have always been a constant improvement. We can never say that we are 100%. Scope of improvement is always there. So likewise, in every inspection of ours, we have an interaction during our closing meeting and the opening and the closing meetings, and good points are discussed, we implement them, and this is how we've grown.
One government agency that has provided technical support to manufacturers of goods in the country is the Standards Organization of Nigeria.
in the sense of standards, putting us on our toes, making sure that what we said we are producing, what we are producing, what we will continue to produce remain, something to be proud of, and our consumers will not have any issues with it. And for your consumers for years not to have issues with our products shows that Standard Organization is also watching our back, and we are also adhering to their policies, adhering to their regulations, adhering to their call-outs, adhering to the fact that, oh, they're inspecting us and we are doing what is required of us.
That time, we approached them because we know that they exist, and there will be need for us also to comply with the rules in Nigeria, since we manufacture our product in Nigeria. So we want to be identified with them. So we went to them, and then they came. And all along, they've been coming on their own, even to monitor what we are doing. There's what we call surveillance inspection. They follow up on that squarely, and as it's been scheduled, they will receive them here. And like I said, the relationship has been so cordial because we've been complying with the instruction given to us.
Through mandatory conformity assessment program, SON has exposed local manufacturers to standard production processes that has helped these companies tremendously with positive outcomes.
Since we have been with them, there are a lot of improvements that they have put into our system, because when you go to a system, it's like you are doing a mini audit. And when you check their system, if you see something they need to work on, something they need to, improve on, you advise them accordingly. We've been there. And majority of the product, they come for online check, which we do together. Their staff will be here throughout the whole day. They will check all the parameters one after the other, document their own. They look at you. It's like they do their work thoroughly. And with that, it also ginger us. And considering the fact that our objective in external PLC is also to ensure that we give out quality product and services that meets customer requirement. We always get customer feedback. Your product are okay, your product are good. So they have been of high help to us in terms of system improvement.
I came to know of ACN about 30 years ago during my school days. But when I joined the association as a material expert, it was very tough for them, because what I've been campaigning is quality, 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 which is very, very absurd. They don't like it because it has used to be old papas. What are you telling me? Our forefathers have been molding us with mud. It never collapsed. But the activities of those days is different from the activities of nowadays. We have a lot of high-rise building, which we don't have those time. Now, the SPA now came in to really put us right by organizing a series of seminars, workshops, paying visit to our sites before even getting to the stage of registration or licensing. And with the after satisfy all the conditions, myself, what to do during any season, dry season, all these technicalities, also gave us a lot of insights. And today we are now talk. Romance has gone tremendous. It has really helped us to grow. We are looking at now, they can really help us to compete with the Western world. Because
SON has been able to help us meet our customers' expectation through their continuous monitoring, through their advices on our businesses. They've been able to meet up the set standards. SON has been very, very helpful in helping us conform to the standards.
Over the years, officials of the Standards Organization of Nigeria have maintained regular inspection of factories in the country.
I know with the industry, the more we continue working with the industry, showing them the importance of what we are doing to their business, because it's important to explain why we are important to the industry, why we are important to Nigerians, why we are important to the government. Because if you understand why we are important, then you will see the reason why it's in your interest to work with us, to make us efficient, and to keep an eye for us for those bad eggs in the market or in the industry who don't want to do the right thing.
SON is not only providing technical support to local manufacturers, The agency is also tackling the menace of substandard products in the country. The volume of seizure has continued to double as the agency deploys strategies to track the influx of these bad products in Nigeria.
If you support companies that are local, you're also helping to build a better economy for them and all. So SON is a bit too, it's too important to be where it is placed. I believe that SON should be a super parastatal that should actually have the status of what they call a commission, so to say, reporting into the presidency, because it's a very, very critical agency of government that is involved in practically every aspect of our lives.
As the SON celebrates its Golden Jubilee, the Director General of the standards body in Nigeria, Malam Farouk Salim, believes that it's not yet uhuru, adding that a lot more success in the fight against substandard products can only be won with the support of every Nigerian.
Sensitization education by our organization, Standard Organization of Nigeria, is a continuous process, and it's going to be difficult for us to say we reach this stage and we'll never stop it. It's like in the hospital. There's always going to be a sick person, so there's always going to be a doctor. So we know we are needed to do sensitization as an organization, and we'll continue doing that.
You're still watching Standard and You, your guide to product quality and safety. Feedback is next. Alimoto Sifo is our guide.
Call it the lifeblood of every engine. Its unique combination of properties is balanced to reduce friction, ensure cooling, cleaning and protection of the engine. It's the automotive lubricant, also known as engine oil. I'm glad to tell you I'll be sharing 5 standard tips on automotive lubricants, and that will be right after responding to your messages. My name is Alimot Osifo. Welcome.
Ẹ̀yin ènìyàn mi, ẹ kú kalẹ̀. Nígbà gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti fẹ́ ra irin ìkọ́lé lọ́jà, àwọn nǹkan mẹ́rin yìí ó ṣe pàtàkì fún yín láti ti mọ èyí tó jẹ́ ojúlówó. Àkọ́kọ́, orúkọ iléeṣẹ́ tó ṣe irin náà. Èkejì, ọjọ́ tí wọ́n ṣe irin yẹn. Ẹ̀kẹta, ó ní àlàjá irin yẹn, ó ṣe pàtàkì àlàjá. Fún àpẹẹrẹ, àlàjá eléyìí ní ó ní mìlímítà 10. Nítorí náà ẹ wò ó yẹ kó pé mìlímítà 10. Tó bá dẹ̀ rú yín lójú, ẹ lè sọ fún àwọn ọlọ́jà yẹn kó bá yín fi ẹ̀rọ wọ́n fi wọ́n. Kò gbúdọ̀ dín ní mìlímítà 10. Ẹ̀kẹrin ni gígùn irin náà. Gígùn irin yẹn ò gbúdọ̀ dín ní mítà 12. Tí a bá ra ohun tó tọ́, a ní ohun tó dára. SON, ìtẹ̀síwájú ènìyàn nípa ìpéwọ̀n.
Lobito Shitu from Lagos says, let the layman know the difference between original and substandard electrical cables. Thanks for your contribution. We are educating the public on product quality and safety through our program Standard and You. We can authoritatively tell you that an original electrical cable should be made of 100% copper, not aluminium. Philip from Benue says, consumption of bad spices leads to many health problems today. You're right, Philip. Not just spices. Whatever we consume must be of good quality, else it becomes a threat to life. So, always ensure products have been duly approved or certified by regulatory bodies. Ibrahim Mukhtar says, very impressive and unprecedented achievements in the history of SON. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much, Ibrahim. That's great reaction to SON at 50, and we hope to serve you better. Abiola from Lagos says, is it appropriate for a company to register with 2 organizations? Well, Abiola, it depends on the mandates of the organizations. If they are not related, then the registration will serve different purposes. Abdulkadir Issa from Katsina says, bravo to all of you at SON. Looking forward to working with you. Thanks so much, Abdulkadir. It's so nice to hear from you. Now to 5 standard tips on automotive lubricants. Buy trusted brands of lubricants certified by SON from only authorized dealers. Know the right grade and viscosity of oil for your vehicle as recommended by vehicle manufacturer. Don't compromise on quality. Using substandard oil will damage your engine. Change your engine oil at regular intervals to keep your car running properly. Know the shelf life of the engine oil to prevent poor performance or damage. There you have it, 5 standard tips on automotive lubricants. And that's a wrap on this week's episode of your favorite public sensitization program, Standard and You. 0705972445 is the number to send in your messages to with your full name and location. Catch up with missed episodes online at youtube.com/standard and you. As always, buy original, sell authentic, and use only the best. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Take product, yeah. Make you take careful, no go damage your life. You've got one life to live. Buy original. You should know where to go. And
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
yeah.
This is the moment we've been waiting. It's time to rise up, do it again. Africa, do your dance now. God, do your winning dance now. So we never lose it again. Africa rise up, yes we gon' rise up. Africa rise up, Africa rise up, yes we gon' rise up. Africa rise up.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International, reaching you live from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. My name is Justin Abemuye. First, let's look at the headlines. Nigeria and the Socialist Republic of Vietnam signed Memorandum of Understanding on Defense. Full-scale operations on Abuja-Kaduna rail route as authorities upscale technology application. Plus, federal government unveils milestone in water sector. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Nigeria and the Socialist Republic of Vietnam have signed a Memorandum of Understanding on Defense. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo at the signing in Hanoi, Vietnam, says the collaboration will be the beginning of a greater cooperation, not just in the area of defense, but also in other areas of mutual interest. State House correspondent Chidi Onifade reports.
The Vice President was received by Vo Tian Chen, Vice President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Both leaders witnessed the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding on Defense between both countries. Vice President Osinbajo says the agreement has an open door to other good things to come for both countries.
Not just in the area of defense.
The Vice President congratulates the leadership as well as the people of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam for the dramatic change of fortune in the nation's economy and for the contribution as part of efforts to eradicate the COVID-19 pandemic.
We are working with the plans of the Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO, in an agricultural cooperation with the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. We hope that that collaboration, which will bring about technical assistance and cooperation between the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and Nigeria, especially in the improvement of the rice value chain.
Speaking on improving trade, Vice President Osinbajo notes that this can be progressed beyond the present $500 million trademark.
Is somewhere in the order of about $500 million now. But I'm sure that we both would agree that we can do a lot more in terms of improving trade.
Nigeria, as one of the largest producers of cashew nuts in Africa, is also looking forward to a collaboration with the Vietnamese government on agriculture. The Vietnamese Vice President commends the Nigerian President and his co-travelers in achieving so much of the nation's socio-economic targets and expressed the importance of the collaboration between the two countries with a promise that the administration will continue to work in strengthening the ties. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo had earlier visited the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum to pay respect to the late Vietnamese leader. In Hanoi, Vietnam, Chidi Onifade, NTA News.
And people flee after eruption of Indonesia's Mount Semeru. And South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa awaits the African National Congress panel's decision on his fate. And Charles Alpha reports.
Rescuers evacuated more people on Monday from nearby villages after the eruption of Indonesia's Mount Semeru, with officials warning of dangers from cooling lava despite less activities from the volcano. More than 2,400 villagers have now fled their homes and taken shelter in 11 evacuation centers after the highest mountain on the country's main island of Java erupted on Sunday morning. And in other news, the United States and allies on Monday welcomed the signing of an initial deal between Sudan's military and civilian leaders to end a political crisis sparked last year by a coup. Monday's agreement comes just over a year after Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan seized power in October 2021, derailing a rocky transition to civilian rule that has started with the 2029 overthrow of autocratic leader Omar al-Bashir. Over the past year has seen protests and a crackdown that pro-democracy medics say has killed at least 121 people. And still in Africa, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa's fate could be determined as the executive committee of the governing party, African National Congress panel, meets to discuss allegations he may have committed misconduct and violation of the oath of office. A parliamentary inquiry which Monday's executive committee meeting will discuss relates to findings that large sums of foreign currency were hidden at Ramaphosa's private game farm, and he failed to report the money missing when it was stolen in 2020. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Now, the 7th edition of the PMB Scorecard 2015 to 2023 series was the turn of the Minister of Water Resources. Anthony Forson reports.
Setting the stage for his water resources counterpart, Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed had responded to comments credited to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who is a presidential candidate of the opposition PDP, by chronicling achievements of the ruling APC headed by President Muhammadu Buhari in all sectors, saying the PDP candidate should know better.
Now that he can travel home freely, thanks to the Buhari administration, it's not sweet in his mouth to accuse the same administration of doing nothing. In the area of social investment programs, there have been 29,461 beneficiaries from Adamawa State alone of the Empower program of the Buhari administration. Under the homegrown school feeding program, so 162,782 pupils from Adamawa State are benefiting from our 1 million day program. That program employs also 2,259 cooks in Adamawa and has covered 1,236 schools in the state. How many school children did the PDP feed in Adamawa or anywhere in the 8 years of that Atiku Abubakar was vice president?
For the Water Resources Minister, in his presentation, he spoke on the status of water resources as of 2015, the agenda adopted for the sector, policies and programs, as well as infrastructure development plan for immediate and long term.
Our mandate is to develop and implement policies, projects, and programs that will enable sustainable access to safe and sufficient water to meet the social, cultural, environmental, and economic development needs of all Nigerians. So we are not restricted to water supply. Water supply is just an aspect. And our activities are guided, since we came into office, we've been working under 3 pillars. First is the National Water Resources Master Plan. This was a plan that was developed way back in 1995 that had been virtually jettisoned by previous administration. We had to bring it back because we have a plan.
On infrastructure, he explained that attention focused on dams and hydropower projects.
2016, we came up with a new program to enhance water supply and sanitation delivery in the country, which we call PWASH, Partnership for Expanded Water Sanitation and Hygiene Program. And then we also, that same year, launch our new national roadmap for elimination of open defecation in the country by 2025. We also, 2 years later, develop a national action plan for revitalization of the water, sanitation, hygiene sector. And with that also came with the declaration of a state of emergency of the water supply and sanitation sector by President Muhammadu Buhari himself.
Fielding questions after his presentation, the minister cleared the air on river basins and the proliferation of boreholes.
A lot of things are happening to the river basins. It's going to take time, but we'll get there. In every country of the world, Nigeria is the only country where there is no regulation for boreholes. There is no standard. And we want to do that. We are not saying you cannot build a borehole in your house. Nobody is going to stop you to build a borehole in your house. But we don't need these boreholes. What we want to do as part of the process, and that is what that bill is also trying to do, and the fund is to make sure that for municipal water schemes, you cannot do away with boreholes entirely. In rural areas where there is no surface water source, you have to rely on boreholes.
On job creation, the minister said 622,642 persons were empowered as at 2019, while as at 2022, the figure rose to 1,227,477. This, he maintained, is in line with President Muhammadu Buhari's directives. In Abuja, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
And Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed says the presidential candidate of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has no moral justification to criticize the APC administration led by President Muhammadu Buhari. Anthony Forson reports.
Let me use this opportunity to comment on the increasing tendency by some opposition presidential candidates.
The Information and Culture Minister described it as an increasing tendency by some opposition presidential candidates to downplay the achievements of the present administration in their desperation for power.
The worst offender in this category has been the presidential candidate of the People Democratic Party, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. During his recent campaign in Akure, the former VP was quoted as saying that the APC had not done anything for Nigeria in 8 years.
Lai Mohammed noted that if anyone would accuse the APC-led federal government, it shouldn't be Atiku Abubakar.
What a preposterous statement from somebody who should know. I guess we can excuse His Excellency, the former Vice President, who until recently had fully relocated to Dubai, thus losing touch with Nigeria. This is because for the 16 years of the PDP rule, 8 of which Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was Vice President, there was no motorable road to the former VPC hometown, and indeed to key local governments in the southern senatorial zone that served as Adamawa's food basket and economic nerve center until the government of President Muhammadu Buhari assumed office. Today, gentlemen, the Mayo, Belwa, Jada, Ganye, Tungo Road has been constructed fully and is the road that Alhaji Atiku uses to get to his hometown of Jada.
On security and infrastructure, Lai Mohammed said Atiku is a beneficiary of the achievements of the APC-led administration.
Before the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, all the 5 local government areas in Adamawa Northern Senatorial District were effectively under the control of the Boko Haram terrorists. Today, not an inch of these local governments in Adamawa, the home state of the former Vice President, is under the control of Boko Haram. Please note, gentlemen, that throughout that period, that was 2014 to 2017, the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, could not even go home.
In Abuja, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the nation's armed forces to remain apolitical and continue to operate within the framework of the Constitution towards ensuring the successful conduct of the forthcoming general elections. Declaring open the 2022 Chief of Army Staff's annual conference in Sokoto, the president said the army, as key element of Nigeria's national power and catalyst for development, must also provide the needed aid to civil authority. Stella's correspondent Adamu Sambo has the report.
The positive feedback I have been receiving reflects that an appreciable level of stability is being attained across the country.
Acknowledging the tremendous successes achieved by the Nigerian armed forces in the renewed onslaught against insecurity, President Muhammadu Buhari said increased instances of mass surrender by terrorists in particular is an indication of their resilience and resolve to bring lasting peace to the northeast. He lauded the sustained efforts at curtailing the youth restiveness and secessionist struggle in the southeast, as well as banditry in the north-central and the northwest regions, which he attributed to intelligence-driven operations and improved synergy amongst the security agencies.
You must therefore maintain the tempo in all theaters and double your efforts in information gathering, as this will greatly assist you to comprehensively defeat all forms of security threats facing the nation. I assure you that the country remains grateful for your selfless services and sacrifices. We will forever be indebted to the officers and soldiers that paid the supreme price while defending Nigeria.
The president, however, insists on improving human rights obligations during their operations so that the hearts and minds of the people can be won.
It is also imperative for me to state that the Army and the armed forces in general remain apolitical, as will be required to support the civil authority by providing a peaceful environment to enable the successful conduct of the 2023 general elections.
During the conference, with the theme, Building a Professional Nigerian Army for the 21st Century Security Environment, operations of the troops in the various theaters will be reviewed towards evolving enduring strategies for improved performance.
I want to assure Mr. President and indeed Nigerians of our unalloyed loyalty, total commitment to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the defense of the territorial integrity of this great nation.
The Minister of Defense will continue to work with the stakeholders to provide the necessary strategic guidance to enhance our national security.
On behalf of my brother governors of the Northwest, and indeed governors of the country, rest assured, Mr. President, for our continued support and collaboration in this direction for us to achieve lasting peace in our dear country.
As part of the ceremony, recognition awards were presented to deserving personalities for impacting positively on the operations of the Nigerian Army. They are Abdul Samad Rabiu, Ali Kodangote, retired Colonel Hamid Ali, Jim Ovia, Tony Elimelu, and the immediate past Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai. Earlier on arrival in the seat of the Caliphate, President Muhammadu Buhari paid homage on the Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Saad Abubakar III. The Sultan used the opportunity to formally appreciate the Nigerian leader for his administration's recent policy decisions to introduce history in the school curricula, as well as the teaching of primary school pupils in their mother tongues.
These two great policies, I think, are so important to us, and I want to commend you and urge you to go on with your own resolve to ensure a free, fair, and credible elections in 2023. You have always assured us, and we believe you will do what you have promised. We will give you 100% support and prayers, inshallah.
President Muhammadu Buhari has since returned to Abuja. Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International, reaching you live from Abuja. We take a short break now. More stories will come your way later.
In a third final in 20 years.
This year of this words, Yakata. Now you can get a GoTV decoder, Go channel, and 1 month of GoTV Jolly for only 4,900 naira, and enjoy all the show-stopping games live from Qatar on GoTV. Yeah.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has expressed a firm stand against electoral violence and intimidation in the forthcoming general elections. Tinubu also urged his fellow contestants in this election to do the same and let this election be determined by voters making their choice freely rather than the domineering intimidation of the troublesome few. The APC presidential candidate this Monday addressed Chatham House in London, a platform for intellectual engagement on different issues of contemporary interest to people around the world. In the address titled Nigeria's 2023 Elections, Security, Economic and Foreign Policy Imperatives, Tinubu vowed that if elected as president in the 2023 elections, Nigeria will epitomize values of democracy during elections anywhere in Africa by ensuring that democratic ideals are followed and all forms of electoral violence rejected, allowing only the will of the people to prevail. Now, a pan-northern Nigeria group, Arewa Women for Tinubu and Shetima, have canvassed for the support of women in voting APC in the general elections with assurance of more inclusive participation of women in governance. This reaffirmation came to bear in Minna during the inauguration of Niger State executives of the Arewa Women for Tinubu, Shetima and Bago. Salamatu Umar completes the story.
The Arewa Women for Tinubu Shetima is a frontline pan-northern support campaign group which seeks to strategize and mobilize women folks, especially those at the grassroots, to support the candidacy of Tinubu and Shetima across the region. Part of its objectives also include canvassing support for APC governorship candidates, which is why the group came to Niger State to inaugurate members of its executives that will pilot the affairs of the non-profit and non-governmental organization to broaden its horizon.
A lot of the grassroots people, some they don't have even TV to watch, they don't have radio, so we need to go to that grassroots so that all of them they will know who is Bola Ahmed. And we have to help people, the women especially, to know where our stand.
All the association that we have, women association in Niger State, we are going to give them the example of how to vote.
Women have shown love to our party, they've shown love to our aspiration. So this is an indication that we have won the election by the grace of God. APC everywhere you go.
Other APC stalwarts at the event reaffirmed the commitment of the APC in ensuring good governance, hence the need for women to support the party. Arewa Women for Tinubu Shetima have been spearheading sensitization on the need for eligible voters, especially women, to register and obtain their voters' card to enable them exercise their franchise in the coming elections. From Minna, Salamatu Umar, NTA News.
Now, the People's Democratic Party Presidential Campaign Council says the readiness of the South-South governors of the party to work and deliver the votes of the geopolitical zone in the 2023 general elections is reassuring. Timothy Yusuf reports that the campaign spokesperson Kola Olugbondiyan urged Nigerians to continue with their efforts in rallying other competitors to vote for the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, and other PDP candidates in the 2023 general elections.
Spokesperson of the PDP Presidential Campaign Organization, Kola Olugbondiyan, urging the South-South governors on the platform of the party not to relent in bringing all their brother governors on board, irrespective of their political affiliations. PDP and its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar are ready to embark on steps that will further unite members and supporters towards achieving a common electoral victory. Kola stressed.
And we are very confident as a party that the people are rallying with us and we are bound to win this election.
Meanwhile, a coalition of civil society groups for transparency and good governance has hinted that at no time has the G5 governors of the PDP disclosed that they are no longer members of the party. The coalition appealed to non-partisan actors to desist from meddling into the internal affairs of the party, pointing out that such is unconstitutional. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
A new Nigeria People's Party says it is satisfied with the overwhelming support Nigerians are showing to the presidential candidacy of Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. The national leadership of the party is calling on various interest groups not to create distraction and confusion in the name of endorsement of candidates. David Ayre reports.
The NNPP said it is disturbed by a report purported from the Northern Elders Consultative Forum, which endorsed a presidential candidate over the weekend and classified some parties and their candidates as not having the wide reach to win presidential election. National chairman of the party, Professor Rufai Akali, who sees the assessment of the NNPP as a distraction and deviation from the reality on ground, wants various support groups to focus on their party of interest. He believes that the NNPP is better placed to win the presidential election and urged Nigerians to ignore the report of the group.
One thing is clear, we as the NNPP will not play religious or ethnic card. The problems in Nigeria today require urgent and serious attention devoid of any sentiments. It is on record that our presidential candidate has attended every gathering, either as town hall meetings or debates, that had a national focus to let Nigeria assess his inner qualities as a committed and passionate leader. He does not aspire to be a regional or religious bigot.
The party also condemned the incessant attacks on INEC offices nationwide with a call on security agencies to stop the tide. In Abuja, David Ayre, NTA News.
Now, the Abuja to Kaduna train services has resumed operations with the introduction of high-technology machines for verification amidst tight security at the train stations and rail infrastructure to forestall future reoccurrence of attacks. Oina Kaloka, who was at the Idu and Kubwa stations in Abuja, gives us a situation report.
It is 9:45 p.m. and the first train after 8 months of suspension due to the attack. Well, the passengers are a bit scanty as expected, but they are confident and excited that the train is finally moving. The second train is coming about 3:30 p.m. and it is only 2 train movements for now, although the management says this will be adjusted with time. As a passenger approaches the departure gate, at both the Idu and Kubwa stations, there must be an ID verification by this device mounted at the entrance.
So when you come with your ticket, before you access the waiting lounge, we're able to identify that you are the right owner of the tickets and that you are also on the right trip at the right station.
It's like we are moving forward because hitherto this wasn't in place. But now you have to go through you have to scan it with the machine at the entrance, which makes everything so easy.
After being successfully verified, the passenger and goods will be scanned before passing through another technological check. Though few passengers boarded, the coaches have closed-circuit television cameras.
You know, security issues are not discussed in the open.
Security is very tight at the Idu and Rigasa train stations, and that is both inside the train, at the premises, and on the tracks. Federal government has introduced high-powered technology machine to enhance security.
Now, do remember to join the NTA in the campaign against rape and rapists. Thank you so much for watching, and I say bye for now.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
One of the core mandates of the NCDMB is to ensure that Nigerian indigenous operators are given first consideration in contracts to be awarded for any approved project or operation in Nigerian oil and gas industry. Hello and welcome to this week's episode of the Local Content Television. I am your host, Priya Faka, and I'm glad to have you join us.
The Minister of State, Petroleum Resources and Chairman, Governing Council of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Chief Timipri Silva, CON, and the management and staff of the NCDMB invite delegates and oil and gas stakeholders to the 11th Practical Nigerian Content Workshop. Date: 5th to 8th December 2022. Venue: Ibom Hotel and Golf Resort, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Theme: Deepening Nigerian Content Opportunities in the Decade of Gas. The event will feature an invitational golf competition, high-level presentations by leaders of the oil and gas industry, exhibitions, and exciting social events. Register on www.pncnigeria.com. We look forward to welcoming you. Signed, Engineer Simbi Kesiyewabute, Executive Secretary, NCDMB. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, has unveiled a new products and solutions factory set up by Soliwant Group, one of Nigeria's foremost fabrication and pipe coating firms located in Onne, Rivers State. The Executive Secretary of the NCDMB, Engineer Simbi Kesiyewabute, who was represented at the event by the Director, Monitoring and Evaluation, Akintunde Adelana, expressed delight that Soliwant is ready to showcase capacity and competence in their area of specialization.
We as NCDMB have a duty to develop capacity along the value chain of the industry through direct capacity development interventions and to support investors like Soliwant, who have set up manufacturing facilities in country. It is on this premise that the board awakened to its responsibility of ensuring that local investors are protected in line with the aspiration of the NOGIC Act. What are we saying here? What we're saying here is that tremendous benefits, tremendous gains, tremendous advantage are bound when we develop local capacity. advantages in terms of employment opportunities, in terms of what my CBN colleagues spoke about earlier, reducing our consumption tests for Forex, because that is eating our economy deeply.
The new product and solutions include Soliwant Specialty Protective Coatings and Paint Products, Soliwant Scopex Academy, and Soliwant Made in Nigeria Steel Pipes. The Director, Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate pointed out that vendors in the business of supplying equipment to the Nigerian oil and gas industry must comply with the Board's Equipment Components Manufacturing Initiative (ECMI) and obtain the Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate (NCEC) issued by the Board.
Assure sustainability of equipment manufacturing in Nigeria by introducing Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate. This requirement is one important requirement in the bidding process and the tendering process currently in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. I'm sure many of us here, if you are familiar with the operations in the Nigerian oil and gas industry, NCC is one common certificate that everybody's is talking about. So that's the idea behind it. It's actually to drive manufacturing, as well as establish mechanism for monitoring new investment related to domiciliation of manufacturing equipment in Nigeria. Vendors in the business of supplying equipment to the Nigerian oil and gas industry must align their activities with the Board's ECMI and obtain the Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate issued by the Board for you to adequately participate in the business of oil and gas.
Adela 9 joined the industry stakeholders to take cognizance of new capabilities in country by allowing contracting and procurement teams to visit these facilities to keep themselves abreast of latest developments in local content.
Implore all stakeholders here present, particularly Soliwant, to continue to position themselves for these opportunities by investing in capacities, capabilities, and forming tangible technical alliances. For the operators here, I advise you to make it a habit of taking cognizance of new capacities, capabilities in country by sending out your contracting and procurement teams to visit these facilities to keep themselves abreast of latest development in local content. I know you do that. You're good at that. No doubt about it. But we still want you to continue to do that. Let me once again reassure Soliwant and other stakeholders in the industry that so long as you continue to be an example of what can be accomplished by committed indigenous firm, NCDMB, and the federal government, will continue to identify with your growth and implement policies that protect your investment and future.
In his speech, the managing director, Soliwant Group, Solomon Ewanahi, said the company is fully committed to complying with the provisions of the NOGIC Act as championed by the NCDMB.
So the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board was set up to drive the local content and provide direct impetus to the existing oil and gas laws and regulation to support local content development. And we are not missing our words. Soliwant is a baby of Nigeria content. All that we have acquired has always been because of the support of Nigeria content. We will put our hands together for NTA. I recall vividly when we were building this facility in Netherlands, they were with us all through. From the concept stage to the stage of fabrication when we started the reconstruction, to the point of coming to do the installation of the facility and commissioning. We looked at it and said, okay, we're going to China. They say, do what the industry says you should do. And that support has given us what perhaps everybody that major stakeholder of Solewant are achieving today.
Also speaking, the Group Executive Director of Solewant Group, Matthew Agaran, said, having received the approval from SON on the manufacturing of coatings and paints, Solewant Specialty Protective Coatings and Paints Limited has commenced in-country commercial production of paints for their clients.
The overall strategy is to manufacture, apply, and guide our clients to offer them specialty protective coatings and paint solution. Working with clients to ensure efficient protection of their assets and project delivery, therefore, is key to us, and it's our philosophy at SSPC.
Highlight of the event was the unveiling of Solewant SSPC and paint products, Solewant Scopex Academy, and Solewant Made in Nigeria steel pipes. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, recently organized a workshop on quality management system for a select group of oil and gas industry firms in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The program, which is aimed at positioning the companies for quality service delivery and global competitiveness in the oil and gas sector, was attended by 150 participants drawn from about 75 local companies.
Some of you may have come to know what NCTA is doing from this period, I believe. Right?
Speaking at the workshop, the Deputy Manager, Human Capital Development Department of the NCDMB, Augustine Tembury, who represented the General Manager, Capacity Development Division, gave an overview of the exercise.
Quality management system is a core requirement for any company to provide service in the industry. And it's a global standard. That is what determines the acceptability of your product lines if you are into manufacturing. That is what will determine the acceptability of your service, the quality of service. We all know that the oil and gas industry is a global industry. one standard, driven by one standard. So if the quality of your service, the quality of your product lines are acceptable in Nigeria, it should be acceptable in other places in the world.
The participants were exposed to several lectures and practical illustration of the workings of world-class companies.
It is good if we can encourage our organization to adopt this standard. It's beneficial and it sets you apart in the industry. And it is good to find a niche for yourself. This is a good niche. This is a very good niche for your organization. Both the one you're presently in and the one of you will enter into very, very soon.
Some of the participating companies spoke with the local content television crew.
In terms of this training, it led me more conversant with the good quality management training. So, and all the requirements that ISO is embedded with. So, and I'm getting more familiarized with the standard of the organizations. Now I'm taking back to implement all these qualities and standard, which is required for all the organization to rely on. So all these standards now are now in me. I'm now the instrument to go and deliver the standard to my companies to make sure they are going according to the standard. It will make us to be sellable in the industry.
I must commend NCDMB, the organizers of this training. The awareness training have benefited so much, and then the facilitators of the training, they've done so well. I can say it's an excellent performance. I'm going to encourage my management, the HR team to incorporate the ISO 9001 system in our organization, and I'm sure this will make us even sellable and competitive in the markets, in the oil and gas expanse. So all the standards and everything I've learned, I'm taking it back to my organization.
During the week-long training, participating companies were charged to effectively harness the opportunities provided by the board to enhance their capacities and capabilities in the oil and gas industry.
This week on the Local Content Champions segment, we again feature the Managing Director, PE Energy Limited, Dare Afonya Akobo. Take a look.
PE Energy Limited is a leading African company specializing in valves and actuation, automation and controls, process solutions, measurement solutions, electrical and instrumentation solutions, and supply chain and project management. The company recently held a grand commissioning of our state-of-the-art Center of Excellence in Port Harcourt that would provide services in automation, process and systems integration, as well as valve assembly, among other services. Engineer Dare Afonya Akobo, the company's managing director and chief executive officer, gave insight into the motivation for the new investment.
The motivation was born as a result of my work when I was working with General Electric. And back then, I started working as a field service engineer. And I was actually was a product of local content, because at the time, ExxonMobil, I was told that ExxonMobil wanted to do some job, and then GE was asked to bring in a local engineer. And they quickly hired a few people, and I was in that particular field, I was the only person that was successful, and then I had to fill in that position. So as I grew in the ranks, I discovered that they wanted us to get channel partners. Channel partners are, in other words, called original equipment manufacturers, agents or distributors. And I recruited some Nigerian distributors and found that they do not understand the culture between the original equipment manufacturer and the industry, which are the customers, the IOCs and the NOCs and the regulatory authorities. So in 2009, I came singularly to bridge that gap. And that gap was what gave birth to the vision of PE Energy. Then it was plant engineering.
Engineer Akabo also explained some of the milestones achieved by the company over the years.
If you look at SSAGS for Shell, we were the ones who did the, the metering system of that activity, all the metering system, export meters, allocation meters, and so on and so forth. From the valve side, the same thing, 90% of HIPPS valve, which is high integrity pressure protection valves in this country, are coming through PE Energy. We have also installed compressors for projects in Total, and I can't. If you go to my office, you can see the catalogs. God has been very faithful from the very beginning. I mean, we do the turnaround maintenance for LNG from all of their trains. We are involved in the turnaround maintenance for the valves, big size valves. And we are proud to continue to do that. And we have a lot of accolades from these bodies.
The managing director of PE Energy Limited acknowledged the role the NCDMB played in the accelerated growth of the company.
You have heard from the ES, some of the testimonies. When I started this company, I started from my bedroom. Then I went back to D-Line, just the back of this place that, the D-Line, and then I started from that point. And I went to Shell. The journey of 1,000 miles. They say what? It begins with what? But I disagree. It begins with one step in the right direction. Because you can actually make a step in the wrong direction. So this is where it is. And today, local content was really a facilitator. Of course, you can't underscore that. But not only that, it's not the content. It's the people that are driving the content. People. Nigeria has a lot of, so many agencies. I'm not saying it because of Simbi. But again, what Simbi, I think he has done differentially, was to let them understand the power they have. My brother, if you have power, you don't use your power, power will leave you. All of us have power, but we don't use one tenth of the power that God gives to us. So Simbi just illuminated, or let me say amplified, those power. And everybody now start to talk. That's why today, local content, people are afraid of local content. In the past, it was just like a paper flying around. So I am happy that he has set the bar, but how to take the bar to the next level? Transition. So yes, indeed, local content is a key enabler.
PE Energy takes pride in its highly qualified and trained sales and field service engineers whose years of experience and deep understanding of the industry enables them to offer optimal consulting services and execution of the most complex engineering solutions. The Minister of State, Petroleum Resources and Chairman, Governing Council of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Chief Timothy Silva, CON, and the management and staff of the NCDMB invite delegates and oil and gas stakeholders to the 11th Practical Nigerian Content Workshop. Date 5th to 8th December 2022. Venue, Ibom Hotel and Golf Resort, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Theme, Deepening Nigerian Content Opportunities in the Decade of Gas. The event will feature an invitational golf competition, high-level presentations by leaders of the oil and gas industry, exhibitions, and exciting social events. Register on www.pncnigeria.com. We look forward to welcoming you. Signed, Engineer Simbi Kesiewabute, Executive Secretary, NCDMB.
The mission of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, is to promote the development and utilization of in-country capacities for the growth of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria through the effective implementation of the Nigerian Content Act of 2010. Please stay safe and see you next week.
The Federal Character Commission, FCC, wishes to clarify that it is not a public employment generating agency, but an implementation organ of the Federal Character Principle. Its key mandate is the enforcement of the principle of equitable representation of all zones and regions of the country to reflect balance in recruitment and the distribution of resources. The balance targets fairness in ethnic and regional representation in all federal government ministries, departments, and agencies. At the core of FCC's mandate is the protection of the interests of all Nigerians, irrespective of ethnicity or place. Please note that the FCC is not recruiting for public agencies, as the MDAs have the mandate to do so.
This message is brought to you by the Federal Character Commission.
We are the innovative company that is standing out in printing. We are Abastef Global Link Limited, your all-in-one stop for printing, from scratch to finish. Our services include digital and offset printing, security printing, direct printing on textiles, corporate gift items, including billboards nationwide. Head office, number 6, 7, and 9, Lafayette Street, opposite UBA, Area 8, Gariki, Abuja. Call 091-3559-9999. We are Abastef Global Link Limited.
In a third final in 20 years.
This is out of this words, Yakata. Now you can get a GoTV decoder, Go channel, and 1 month of GoTV Jolly for only 4,900 Naira and enjoy all the show-stopping games live from Qatar on GoTV.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
What is happening? Your eyes are red. You are armed with a machete and a gun.
See, I am angry and I can't even contain it. See.
Oh, my guy, calm down, calm down.
See, Oga, I have planned to go and destroy these people's businesses in the city. I have to retaliate for what they've done at our own place. They cannot eat their cake and have it now, never.
If you destroy their business here, and they destroy that of those close to you over there, especially that your brother who sends you steady cash, how would you survive? Would your dreams be on hold?
See, what you're saying is correct. But I'm still angry.
The best way is to embrace peace. With peace and unity,
My people, let us embrace peace and unity. Let's learn to live as brothers and sisters for a progressive, prosperous nation. This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA.
For over 6 decades, Bank of Industry has been here, driving Nigeria's industrial development through financial and business support services to micro enterprises, small and medium enterprises, and large enterprises across Nigeria. Leveraging on strategic partnerships, we provide equipment financing, working capital, and support to enterprises in key sectors of Nigeria's economy, including youth and women-led enterprises. Whatever your business needs, starting up, expansion, diversification, modernization, or rehabilitation, we'll be here always to support you. Bank of Industry, transforming Nigeria's industrial sector.
Hello, good evening. We're glad to have you join us on this week's edition of BOI Impact. I am Hadiza Olaoshibikon. 2 weeks ago, we brought you the commissioning ceremony of the Asi Ugbo Comprehensive Cancer Center, AUCCC, located in Calabar, the Cross River State capital. The facility is the first privately owned cancer center in the South-South region of Nigeria. The Oncology Center is equipped with some of the best equipment available for the treatment of cancer, using a wide range of the latest techniques and technologies that are deployed for radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and CT simulation. The center is also into training and research, thereby helping to grow the number of skilled practicing oncologists in Nigeria. It also has the Asipu Cancer Assistance Foundation, put in place by the family of the late Brigadier General Anthony Asipu, for raising funds to facilitate the treatment of financially challenged cancer patients. With the support of the Bank of Industry BOI, the Asipu Center has consistently provided healthcare services of international standards to Nigerians. It is not just the beautiful ambience of the hospital that makes it exceptional, but also the friendly professional staff who create long-lasting positive impressions with the patients who visit the hospital. In continuation of our spotlight on the Asipo Cancer Center, we shall be bringing you one-on-one interviews that we had with some of the management staff of the hospital, as well as our tour of the world-class facilities the hospital has in place. This fascinating episode shows how well endowed and blessed we are as a country. The Bank of Industry's robust assistance for the center is yet another manifestation of the federal government of Nigeria's consistent support for initiatives that are embarked upon to ensure the provision of top-notch medical services to Nigerians across the country. Asipo Comprehensive Cancer Center is a flagship project of TSI Property and Investment Holdings Limited, as a company whose vision is to be the preferred Nigerian provider of international standard products and services globally, with a mission to create value in communities through investment in sustainable ventures. Setting up the Asipo Comprehensive Cancer Center is in line with the company's values. Lead radiotherapist Daniel Oda takes us through the functions of the CT simulator.
This is the CT simulator. It's a 32-slice Aquilon Canon CT simulator. Here, what we do here is to localize the tumor or the cancer. Of course, the person has come to us with a diagnosis of cancer of any part of the body. But we need to see the cancer volume. We need to see it real. So we'll bring the person here and we'll do the CT scan for the person. So it looks like the normal CT scan machine. However, there is a little difference between this CT scanner and the one that we use for diagnostic purpose. The bore is larger than what you have in normal CT machine. This is to allow the things that we use to immobilize the patient along with the patient to be able to go in. For a normal CT scan, which is smaller, you may struggle for those things to go in. Then you see the flat couch, which is different from what you have on a normal CT machine. Then we have all these gadgets here. We call them immobilization devices. We use them to keep the patient in a desired position and to make sure that the patient is comfortable, because the patient may have to lie down on this couch for quite some minutes. So the patient has to be comfortable and in a position where he will be able to retain that position for that number of time that he will stay here. At times, for example, if it is for head and neck, we need to make a mask for the person in order to keep the person in a particular, in a desired position.
Chief Executive Officer of Asipo Hospitals, Falguni Chakuboti, said the cancer center will provide adequate care for its patients.
Statistics says that around 150,000 Nigerians, they get affected by cancer every year. And the mortality rate is very high because the cancer is detected at a very, very late stage, advanced stage. And we have hardly 4 or 5 hospitals or centers who have a full comprehensive treatment for cancer therapy. There's not a single center in the entire south central and southeast of Nigeria which can boast of a center like us. So we are very confident that this center will not only cater to all the people in Nigeria in general, but particularly all the people from south, southeast, south central, all the people who require cancer treatment. And all the people who have now been going out of Nigeria because the lack of treatment, lack of centers, will now be definitely find this easy access to all the latest technology, the precision medicine, and we will be going and opening up various outreach centers in places like Oyo, your Port Harcourt, your Rivers, different states, so that, and then we will have a local partner there. So as and when people get diagnosed or they want to get screened, those partners will send those patients to us for further treatment and management.
Chief Operating Officer of Asipo Hospitals, Rosemary Achonwa, spoke on the history of the hospital and how the partnership with BOI has enabled the hospital pursue its vision.
The hospital has passed through changes. It initially started as a diagnostic center in 2013, and then it morphed into not just a diagnostic center with the lab, with CT, X-ray, MRI. We added on the medical in and outpatients department. So it grew. Somewhere along the line, the dream to further morph into a cancer center, an oncology center, now became a reality. You must be passionate about providing service. You must be passionate about excellence. And the thing is, no matter how passionate you are, if you cannot fund that dream, then the passion is just empty passion. Passion alone, without funding, would not acquire a linear accelerator. Passion alone, without funding, wouldn't be able to help us bring on board the quality, the caliber of staff that we have here. So funding is really, really critical to achieving any dream of excellence in the medical field. It takes time. It takes time to grow a medical business. Anybody who is running a hospital and is in it purely for profits, well, good luck to the person. Passion drives it. Excellence sustains it. And then the gains will come. So we had to reach out to Bank of Industry as a development bank to fund acquisition of various assets for the oncology center. Through the Bank of Industry partnership, we were able to acquire the linear accelerator. We were able to acquire the brachytherapy machine. We were able to acquire the CT simulator. We were able to complete the oncology wing of the building. So without that partnership, I know for sure we wouldn't have come this far.
The matron at Asipo Hospitals, Victoria Ekpayong, takes us through the function of an equipment at the operating theatre.
This is a sophisticated theatre where we have our fully automated operating couch. You can do this to bring it down. You press, if you want it to slide to the other way, you go left or right. If you want the head lifted up or the couch, the patient to come up to the level the doctor will fully reach, you do that. We also have our anesthetic trolley, where the anesthetist does all the combinations of drugs he wants and gives to the patient. And this is our fully equipped anesthetic machine, where he gives all types of gases while the operation is going on, and he monitors with this machine. This is the patient monitor, which shows him what is going on to the patient while the patient is anesthetized. We also have our suctioning machine, which serves as a suction while the operation is going on. In case they want to suction anything, any fluid, blood or whatever, right inside the open abdomen, this goes for it. And then this is the diatemy machine. The diatemy machine is used also for major surgeries. It could also be used for minor, where they want to cut, or what we call curettage. You cut, and then it kind of cuts off and then joins the arteries for you or whatever you want to cut off. And of course, this is our trolley. The board there helps us to know how many instruments we have used on any patient. The number of swabs, we record everything that is done on a patient, we record so that at the end of it, we count to be sure that we have not left anything inside the patient before sealing up. And also we have our operating lamp, which makes the place bright enough for the surgeon to see directly into where he has opened up. If we turn this on, the theater becomes very, very bright. And of course, our theater is air conditioned 24 hours, non-stop light.
Lead radiation and clinical oncologist Dr. Abiola tells us more about the hospital's offerings.
Growing up, I hear of people having to leave Nigeria to be able to access treatment because equipment are not available here in the country. Now, with ASI OPO coming here with this equipment, people don't have to leave their country to get the world standard treatment. You know, when they leave, they don't just go alone, they go with their family. They go to a completely different area and they go to a completely different country with different cultures. Even the treatment they would have will not be like they're second-class citizens, so they tend to pay more. But with ASI UPO here, the patients are able to get what they are going to get outside, even more, even better. Why? Because they are at home, the comfort of their country, the comfort of their home, amongst their own people, getting the treatment which they would even have outside. The self-respect of each patient is intact, right from when the patient walks in. So the patient is treated, is a king. At ASI UPO, the patient is the king. We are serving the patients. So that's the standard of care that we maintain here, irrespective of who you are, whether you are a child, whether you are an adult, whether you are rich or whether you are poor. Every patient here is a VIP. So for that, the patient is not paying travel fee. The patient is not paying accommodation outside Nigeria. The patient is not paying for food that is not convenient for them. So it's all income that are supposed to be taken out of the shores of Nigeria are here, and the patient, it's more cost effective than having to leave the shores of Nigeria. And that's basically for the patients, even more that they are able to return back to the community at the earliest time that they can return back.
Group Financial Controller of TSI Holdings, Olugbenga Adeni, gives an insight on the company's relationship with the Bank of Industry.
Our relationship with Bank of Industry started long time ago, about 15 years ago, when General Opo, the late General Opo, who happens to be the chairman of TSI, he actually passed away last year, September 6th. He's someone that have passion for a lot of things, which healthcare is one of them. He happens to be a cancer survivor, and he has two of his siblings that he lost due to cancer. When he came back from abroad, he came in and said, okay, he wants to go into oncology, cancer services, and we started with the feasibility studies and getting our papers right. We were introduced to Bank of Industry, and we happened to meet the healthcare and the petrochemical group who really understand our mission. They came to Calabar to see the diagnosis center where we are. They saw what we are doing and they really appreciate everything. Getting back to Lagos, we were able to put down all the papers and we were able to get approval. And we got offer letter from Bank of Industry. Presently, we have more than 600 staff working in TSI Holdings, and Oncology Center and the Diagnosis Center is housing about 150 of them. We have oncology doctors, we have physicists, we have radiographers that are ready to do the work. But we propose to have 2 theaters. We already have one sponsored by Bank of Industry. We have our own chemotherapy suits and blood bank center. By the time we are through with all this, we're expecting to have about 700 to 800 staff working in the hospital, because we're going to be working on shifts. And one of our big plans is that we're planning to have a chalet very close to those places, because anybody that comes for radiotherapy needs to stay about 2, 3, 4 weeks for their program, and we need to house them. So we are planning to get our own chalets where they will stay there at the reduced costs.
The Executive Director of Asipo Hospitals, Mr. Yegwa Ukpo, has this to say.
In terms of people that we've hired, we have a lot of, like for instance, our medical physicist, one of them came in from Abuja, and he's coming and he's now working on this machine that he didn't have access to working on. We've been able to do training because they had to get trained on the systems and so on. And these are people who are now getting a lot of, again, like I said, this is the kind of thing you can't really measure because it's a huge amount of impact. One of the things I'm quite happy about is that we have 2 young cross-Riverians, who are also physicists who are working in the center. And every day, whenever we have conversations, you can see that they're very grateful to be able to be exposed to this really top-of-the-line system. And it also provides hope, for our staff, our people. The new building we have, the new equipment we have has completely affected our revenue even, and we've only been open since March when we got our license to operate. But we've already seen a very tangible increase in our revenue. So this is something that we know is going to continue increasing because we're nowhere even near where we know we can get to based on the number of patients that we're expecting. This center that we have is just the first of many that we have planned. We want to be able to continue expanding and putting more sites elsewhere because, again, sure, we get to also be able to help a lot of people because, like I said, even just cancer alone, we have about 140,000 new cases every year. That's a huge number for 10 centers, So if we can set up more, we can provide succor for a lot more people, healing for a lot more people, and then opportunities for a lot more of our doctors to learn and be able to practice.
Nigerians can be rest assured that the Bank of Industry will continue to support their project. Here is what the MD BOI, Mr. Oluka Edekpiton, has to say.
We will support those who have done their homework. Unfortunately, most doctors are not good business people. And one of the things that we encourage doctors to do, is to attend business courses. It's one thing to be a good doctor. It's another thing to run a hospital successfully. The two they don't just go usually hand in hand. You need to understand that the hospital is a business. It can be run profitably, but you need to prepare for it. So for those who have done their homework and we're willing to assist, they can come to us, for funding. We'll be glad to help them.
The vision of Asipo Comprehensive Cancer Center is to get to the root cause of sicknesses. Its mission is to provide affordable, readily available, and world-class diagnostics and clinical services. And of course, with the support of the federal government through the Bank of Industry, we can see how the hospital is working towards achieving its vision and mission. The world-class facility would definitely reduce medical tourism embarked upon by Nigerians and help conserve the nation's scarce foreign exchange. Before I sign off, be reminded that Bank of Industry remains committed to its mission of transforming Nigeria's industrial sector by providing financial and business support services to genuine and viable enterprises in different sectors of the Nigerian economy. So we'll come your way again next week. Thank you for watching this week's edition of BOI Impact. I am Hadiza Olaoshibiko. Bye for now.
hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
On customs duty tonight, Comptroller General of Customs assures of continuous support to the Nigerian Legion, considers the Legion's visit as important.
Your visit on a yearly basis always brings back the memory of our friends who have departed, and also keep us informed that we shall also one day depart.
This delegation of Nigerian Legion is at the headquarters of Nigeria Customs Service to express the appreciation of the Legion on the support the service has often rendered the association. The leader of the delegation uses the medium to assure the service that all funds gotten for the Legion through such assistance are judiciously used, as he points out further that the Nigerian Legion is working towards having a more sustainable way of raising funds for the running of his affairs.
To profoundly appreciate the contribution that the people have been doing to support Nigerian Legion, and like everywhere choose, we still need more. We have done a lot with the previous contributions and support, and we are planning to establish Nigerian Legion Trust Fund, so the program will be able to get most resources to assist us instead of annually going cap and hand to beg for fund. We want to be safe. We want to be able to do this on our own, so that we will not continue to beg every year for support.
He wishes that the Comptroller General of Customs and his management team could visit the Legion's headquarters to see firsthand funds raised from previous support both from the Nigeria Customs Service and other Nigerians effectively utilized. He also knows that the enormity of the tax ahead of the Legion compels it to continuously seek support.
Because of the insecurity all over the world, and as it affects Nigeria, there's ever increasing widows, and it's therefore making it more difficult for us to support all of them. And that's why it is necessary at times to cry out for people to come and help us, for people to come and see our plight, for people to go and see, particularly the children left behind, our fellow heroes. They are still suffering. And they are not enjoying it. You can imagine a bird, when you cut one hand of a bird flying, definitely if not coming down, you really need to put extra effort to be able to carry on flying. And that is the situation of our widows. They are suffering. And you see some of them, their face shining, they are suffering, they are suffering in silence. And we pray that it shall be well with all of them in Jesus' name.
Responding, the Comptroller General of Customs, Colonel Hamid Ali, retired CFR, underscores the importance of the Legion's delegation's visit.
Your visit on a yearly basis always brings back
the memory of our friends who have departed, and also keep us informed that we shall also one day depart. So with that in mind, may I, on behalf of the entire men and women of Nigerian Customs Service, pray for the good tidings, and also those of us who are still alive and serving, and may God continue to give us the strength, good health and wisdom to serve humanity. For those who have departed, may God reward them for their good deeds for this great nation.
He commends the move by the Legion to have a sustainable source of fund, noting that it is the right thing to do.
I'm happy that you are looking forward to a trust fund, because this ticket that you get every year will not go anywhere. There must be a well-established trust fund where people not waiting for the celebration or the Remembrance Day to donate, where people can on a regular basis who wish to donate can make donations and make it in such a sum that will sustain the project. And also I'm aware that the Nigerian Legion has also taken some steps to invest in order to recoup some dividend for the running of the organization. That's a good step to take, and I'm sure that will be very, very helpful. These days, I'm sure donation begins to dwindle, because donors, there's what we call donors fatigue. People give today, give tomorrow, and then day after tomorrow, their pockets begin to ask questions. So whatever we can get, if we can get an investment that will yield dividend, I think is a good way to go.
The Nigerian Legion is an organization made up of ex-wives servicemen. It was established by an act and was charged with the responsibility of caring for the ex-servicemen who are still alive, as well as widows and children whose husbands and fathers were killed during the war, respectively. Stakeholders from relevant agencies, both from within Nigeria and across the world, have converged at the Nigerian International Maritime Summit, the second in the series, which held recently. This year's event, with the theme Igniting the Blue Economy, has provided a forum for experts to deliver lectures on the benefits of the blue economy, which is defined by the World Bank as the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improve livelihoods and jobs while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. On this part, the European Commission defines the term as all economic activities related to oceans, seas and coasts. The Comptroller General of Customs been represented at the occasion by Comptroller Suleiman Bomei, Customs Area Controller Ports and Terminal Multi-Services Limited, PTML Command. He stresses as he delivers a goodwill message that while the theme of the event is igniting the blue economy, the Nigeria Customs Service has taken the lead, having ignited the blue economy already.
These are how we did it. The CGC established a full-fledged Marine Command, that is namely the Northeast Marine Command with its headquarters at Benue, the Northwest Marine Command with its headquarters at Lokoja, the Eastern Marine Command with its headquarters at Port Harcourt, and the Western Marine Command with its headquarters at Lagos. These are with the view to facilitate cost-wise trade. Very important. Anytime we are talking of trade, we must bring in the cost-wise trade. And that is why the inland waterways comes in. Additionally, the CGC also established a full-fledged command to cater for non-oil export at the Lily Pond Command. We have now a fusion center for all exports going out of the country. Now the CGC decided to establish that full-fledged command in conjunction with NEPDA and OXA for export trade, which is very important. Also, the CGC established a full-fledged command called the Lagos Free Trade Zone Command. If you observe carefully, the worldwide, the free trade zone economy is growing. So also in Nigeria, it is going faster. In this regard, the CGC decided to establish a full-fledged command to cater for all free trade enterprises within the Lagos zone under one umbrella, in conjunction with the NPA, the NEBSA, and the OXA.
Away from the summit, the Customs Duty crew has sought to find out revenue performance of the PTML command so far in 2022, where Comptroller Bomai confirms that the command has surpassed its previous revenue generation record.
As of January to October 2021, PTML generated 185 billion 221 million 461 million 088.00 kobo. In 2022, there was an increase despite the global economic shock, despite the low volume of trade throughput, despite so many challenges, internal and external factors affecting revenue generation, but the PTML garnered 199 billion 468 million 482 million 842.00 kobo, an increase in 7.57%.
As it speaks about the numerous advantages that will follow the recent commissioning of scanners by the Nigeria Customs Service, the Customs Area Controller clarifies on the choice of mobile scanners by the service.
Why do we decide to bring a mobile scanners? It's simple. That is to say, the scanners can be moved from point A to point B. That the scanners can move to the ship side. All consignments, no matter the content, no matter what, it must first of all pass through the scanning process before going into the stacking area. The beauty about the scanning process is now the imagery. When you capture the image, most of the containers are going on transit probably to Kano, Kaduna, or somewhere else. Before the arrival of the container to its destination in Kano, the customs here can now forward the images or the information to the customs over there before the arrival of the cargo there, which is a good thing. But most importantly, we are trying as much as possible to reduce human contact. It is that human contact that ushers in what I normally call bilateral tax evasion. When the taxpayer and the tax collector connive to cheat 200 million Nigerians, it is known as bilateral tax evasion.
Comptroller Suleiman Bomai assures that the Nigeria Customs Service will attain greater achievements in revenue collection, anti-smuggling and trade facilitation, among others, as the year runs out. He also uses the medium to call on importers, agents, terminal operators, shipping companies and other stakeholders to remain compliant, as he also assures of the service's commitment to implementing government's fiscal policy to the latter.
The power of social media cannot be denied in the ever-changing age of technology, a place where information is shared and public views are given as well as taken. While the positives are there, its dangerous tendency, however, is the spread of misinformation and disinformation. False promises of jobs and auction sales on fake accounts, parading themselves as officers of the Nigeria Customs Service, still prevail. In recent times, some unscrupulous elements have created fake accounts in the name of the Customs Area Controller of Kebbi Command, Comptroller Joseph Atta, and notable customs officers to scam gullible publics searching for job placements and auction sales. Do not fall victim to these scams. Many have fallen prey to these fraudulent individuals, so do not pay attention to them. The Nigeria Customs Service does not sell forms online, nor offer appointments via Facebook or any other social media platform. For authentic information about Nigeria Customs Service, please visit our official website and other social media handles: www.customs.gov.ng, our Facebook, www.facebook.com/customsng, Instagram @official_customsng, TikTok @Nigeria_customs, YouTube NCBN Media House, our Twitter page @CustomsNG. You have been warned. Online fraud is alive. Stay safe. This message is from the Public Relations Unit of the Nigeria Customs Service.
The commitment of the APAPA Command to the fight against unlawful importation of illicit drugs into the country has again registered a success with the interception of 20 cartons of tramadol, importation of which Comptroller Malanta Yusuf says falls foul of the law, as he urges illegal importers of such drugs whom he considers callous to disease.
To contravene relevant section of the SEMA, Section 46 and 47, Custom and Excise Management Act, Cap C45, Law of the Federation of Nigeria. I'm advising the importers to please desist from this kind of importation. It is harmful to human being. If you know you cannot be able to take it yourself or give it to your son or daughters or your relatives, why do you have to destroy the life of other children?
He further highlights the negative impact of consumption of such drugs on the society, while at the same time emphasizing the resolve of the Nigeria Customs Service and other sister agencies to stem the trend and other illegal importations.
These drugs are deadlier than the normal tramadol. And you can imagine the kind of havoc it will cause if it has reached our society. You can bear with me that most of the criminal action taking place today in our society is with the aids of this kind of drugs. And therefore, whoever is importing this kind of drugs, we are telling him today, our collaboration effort is fully informed and we cannot relent.
Comptroller Yusuf stresses that synergy between the service and other sister agencies will only work stronger owing to its benefits.
Our joint operation with the NDLE and other agencies around here has made a fruitful result in this command. And we continue doing that to make sure that we make the port a serene environment for compliant traders and for goods that are in tandem with Custom and Excise Management Act.
The 20 cartons of tramadol labeled as Trapakin comprise 838,500 pieces of 225 milligrams tablets and 90,010 pieces of 120 milligrams capsules with a street value of over 1.5 billion naira. The Rapid Response Squad of Nigeria Customs Service has this time again given illegal importers of vehicles a bitter pill to swallow with the interception and detaining of 47 vehicles, out of which 37 have already been forfeited to the federal government due to non-provision of relevant documents and after following due court process. The coordinator of the team, Assistant Comptroller Jack Okpabi, while detesting the move to sabotage the nation's economy, maintains that deviants have not seen anything yet.
These vehicles are all 2022, 2021 models. You can see how much government is losing because of this syndicate, these habitual criminals who have nothing good to do in this country but just bring down the economy of the country. But I can assure you of one thing. We are not resting on our oars. We'll make this business uninteresting for them because this last point will make it bitter and they will lose everything. And this correction must come. And all hands must be on deck.
He says the remaining 9 vehicles are at various stages of investigation for further actions to be taken. The vehicles have a duty paid value of over 2.2 billion naira. In a related development, the team has also intercepted some drugs, and Assistant Comptroller Okpabi reveals that even when documents are brought after 2 months of the interception to claim that their import is genuine, the law will still catch up with it.
Under trade prohibition, Article 13I, paracetamol is prohibited. And finally, after 2 months, they brought their document. They did not declare paracetamol, which means non-declaration is forfeiture. Section 46 F of Custom and Excise is forfeiture. So it's forfeited to the federal government. This is a warning to some of these unscrupulous importers who want to dodge government policy. This is where they went. You can see they've lost it, lost everything.
Assistant Comptroller Jack Okpabi has yet a message to importers who always attempt to circumvent the law, especially that the DGA is coming to an end.
As we go to the yearly 2, I'm sure this syndicate will still arm themselves, but we are going to damage them. I can assure you. That's my message. We are watching and we keep taking the right action.
The Coordinator Rapid Response Squad has made it clear that once smugglers think they have perfected the art of smuggling, operatives have also perfected the art of making smuggling bitter and uninteresting through prompt interceptions and running down smugglers until they turn a new leaf.
Bruh, your car looks so nice.
Thank you. I just imported this vehicle and got it cleared from our port in good time.
Really? I heard it is so difficult to clear vehicles at the ports these days.
No, that's not true, my dear. In fact, let me tell you something. You see, with the introduction of vehicle identification number valuation, the process and procedure for clearing vehicles have been made seamless and everything is now automated. No wayo, no gra-gra.
Interesting.
Yes, so using the 17-digit VIN, the make, model, and other important information about the vehicle appears. It also automatically calculates annual depreciation of 10% for used vehicles and help to curb false declaration in order to evade the payment of appropriate duties.
So you mean this VIN valuation will erase human interference when clearing cars at the port?
Imagine how stakeholders will benefit from this protocol. VIN valuation is indeed the way forward.
This message is from the Public Relations Unit of the Nigerian Customs Service.
In a deliberate move to collaborate with members of host communities with a view to enhancing smooth relationship, thereby making it easy for achieving the success of implementing government's fiscal policy, which Customs is saddled with in that axis, the Customs Area Controller, Kaduna Area Command, Comptroller Yakubu Salihu, has paid a courtesy visit on the Emir of Zazzau Emirate, His Royal Highness Nuhu Bamali.
It is my pleasure to be here in your midst to participate with you on a well-deserved, prestigious award given to you by His Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Muhammad Buhari, GCFR. We are equally here to congratulate you on your second anniversary as the Emir of Zazzau. Thirdly, sir, we are here to pay a homage to you, being the first time I am coming as the Customs Area Controller in charge of Kaduna State.
While appreciating the visit, which the Emir considers heartwarming, he pledges the support of his emirate and the entire people to the success of Kaduna Area Command.
Looking for the windows of this collaborate with the command to ensure your success and also very good and harmonious relationship with the emirates. And can assure you we have that for you. If there is anything that requires our attention, please do not hesitate to get across to us, and we are ever ready to support you to succeed.
It is strongly believed that this relationship will pave way for meaningful understanding between the Kaduna Area Command of Nigeria Customs Service and its host communities, as guaranteed by His Royal Highness the Emir of Zazzau.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
A country endowed with abundant natural resources. One that recognizes that its core strength lies in its massive human capital and its huge population, the fulcrum of its enormous manpower reserve. This is a country that belongs to all Nigerians, irrespective of tribe, language, or religion. And that is why the federal character principle is central to Nigeria's unity. By ensuring balance, fairness, and equity in recruitment into the federal public service and the distribution of national resources. And that is the golden rule for those vested with the responsibility of enforcing that principle at the Federal Character Commission. The mandate is to build the ideal Nigeria, a nation that is fair to all Nigerians.
This is the moment we've been waiting. It's time to rise up, do it again. Africa, do your dance now. Go do your winning dance now. So we never lose it again. Africa rise up, yes we gon' rise up. Africa rise up, Africa rise up, yes we gon' rise up. Africa rise up.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers if we want a stable society before, during, and
The Army and the Armed Forces in general remain apolitical to enable the successful conduct of the 2023 general elections.
2023 general elections, President Buhari directs armed forces to remain apolitical.
We are working with the plans of the Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO, in an agricultural cooperation with the Socialist Republic of Vietnam.
Greater cooperation in sight as Nigeria and Republic of Vietnam sign memorandum of understanding on defense.
The 2023 budget proposal that has been prepared within a process of strict sincerity and also with a high sense of responsibility in line with the established regulations and procedures.
Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning clarifies issues on 2023 budget. It's nice to have you join us on the network news on NTA. I'm Naja'atu Tijani. Michael Olaleye will be joining us from Lagos. Remember to follow this news live on our website, nta.ng/live, and all our social media handles displayed on the screen. Let's begin with news from the security sector. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the nation's armed forces to remain apolitical and continue to operate within the framework of the Constitution towards ensuring the successful conduct of the forthcoming general elections. Declaring open the 2022 Chief of Army Staff's annual conference in Sokoto, the president said the army, as a key element of Nigeria's national power and catalyst for development, must also provide the needed aid to civil authority. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo was there for NTA News.
The positive feedback I have been receiving reflects that an appreciable level of stability is being attained across the country.
Acknowledging the tremendous successes achieved by the Nigerian armed forces in the renewed onslaught against insecurity, President Muhammadu Buhari said increased instances of mass surrender by terrorists in particular is an indication of their resilience and resolve to bring lasting peace to the northeast. He lauded the sustained efforts at curtailing the youth restiveness and secessionist struggle in the southeast, as well as banditry in the north central and the northwest regions, which he attributed to intelligence-driven operations and improved synergy amongst the security agencies.
You must therefore maintain the tempo in all theaters and double your efforts in information gathering, as this will greatly assist you to comprehensively defeat all forms of security threats facing the nation. I assure you that the country remains grateful for your selfless services and sacrifices. We will forever be indebted to the officers and soldiers that paid the supreme price while defending Nigeria.
The president, however, insists on improving human rights obligations during their operations so that the hearts and minds of the people can be won.
It is also imperative for me to state that the Army and the armed forces in general remain apolitical, as will be required to support the civil authority by providing a peaceful environment to enable the successful conduct of the 2023 general elections.
During the conference, with the theme, Building a Professional Nigerian Army for the 21st Century Security Environment, operations of the troops in the various theaters will be reviewed towards evolving enduring strategies for improved performance.
I want to assure Mr. President and indeed Nigerians of our unalloyed loyalty, total commitment to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the defense of the territorial integrity of this great nation.
The Ministry of Defense will continue to work with the stakeholders to provide the necessary strategic guidance to enhance our national security.
On behalf of my brother governors of the Northwest, and indeed governors of the country, rest assured, Mr. President, for our continued support and collaboration in this direction for us to achieve lasting peace in our dear country.
As part of the ceremony, recognition awards were presented to deserving personalities for impacting positively on the operations of the Nigerian Army. They are Abdul Samad Rabiu, Ali Kodangote, retired Colonel Hamid Ali, Jim Ovia, Tony Elimelu, and the immediate past Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai. Earlier on arrival in the seat of the Caliphate, President Muhammadu Buhari paid homage on the Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Saad Abubakar III. The Sultan used the opportunity to formally appreciate the Nigerian leader for his administration's recent policy decisions to introduce history in the school curricula, as well as the teaching of primary school pupils in their mother tongues.
These two great policies, I think, are so important to us, and I want to commend you and urge you to go on with your own resolve to ensure a free, fair, and credible elections in 2023. You have always assured us, and we believe you will do what you have promised. We will give you 100% support and prayers, inshallah.
President Muhammadu Buhari has since returned to Abuja. Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has reiterated his commitment to handing over the leadership of the country to an elected president, saying the May 29 handover date remains sacrosanct. This was while receiving a special envoy of King Mohammed VI of Morocco. Again, State House correspondent Adamu Sambu reports.
The Moroccan envoy and Minister of National Education, Preschool and Sports, Shakib bin Musa, is here to deliver a special message from King Mohammed VI. Although the content of the message was not disclosed, the envoy reiterated to President Muhammadu Buhari the friendship and solidarity of the king, the government and people of Morocco with Nigeria. The president promised to study the message sent and respond accordingly, saying, however, that he will continue to cherish and strengthen the very warm and highly beneficial relations between the two countries. President Buhari used the opportunity to reaffirm his commitment towards ensuring the conduct of free, fair, and credible 2023 elections. He also promised a smooth and peaceful transition to the next administration, stating emphatically that the May 29 handover date to his successor in office is sacrosanct. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
Still on diplomatic relations, Nigeria and the Socialist Republic of Vietnam have signed a memorandum of understanding on defense. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo at the signing in Hanoi, Vietnam, said the collaboration will be the beginning of greater cooperation, not just in the area of defense, but other areas of mutual interest. State House correspondent Jide Unifadi reports.
The Vice President was received by Vo Tian Chen, Vice President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Both leaders witnessed the signing of a memorandum of understanding on defense between both countries. Vice President Osinbajo sees the agreement as an open door to other good things to come for both countries.
Not just in the area of defense.
The Vice President congratulates the leadership as well as the people of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam for the dramatic change of fortune in the nation's economy and for the contribution as part of efforts to eradicate the COVID-19 pandemic.
We are working with the Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO, in an agricultural cooperation with the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. We hope that that collaboration, which will bring about technical assistance and cooperation between the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and Nigeria, especially in the improvement of the rice value chain.
Speaking on improving trade, Vice President Osinbajo notes that This can be progressed beyond the present $500 million trademark.
Is somewhere in the order of about $500 million US dollars now. Sure that we both will agree that we can do a lot more in terms of improving trade.
Nigeria, as one of the largest producers of cashew nut in Africa, is also looking forward to a collaboration with the Vietnamese government on agriculture. The Vietnamese vice president commends the Nigerian president in achieving so much of the nation's socio-economic targets and expressed the importance of the collaboration between the two countries with a promise that the administration will continue to work in strengthening the ties. Vice President Chemi Osinbajo had earlier visited the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum to pay respect to the late Vietnamese leader. In Hanoi, Vietnam, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Back home in Nigeria, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, has informed the Senate that preparation of the 2023 budget followed due process and involved ministries, departments and agencies of government before it was presented to the National Assembly. The minister stated this at a meeting with the Senate Committee on Appropriations, which demanded clarification on what it calls confusing items in the budget.
Start by introducing the subject that has become a matter of controversy in the media. The 2023 budget proposal that has been prepared by the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning was prepared amongst within a process of strict sincerity and also with a high sense of responsibility in line with the established regulations and procedures. Over the past couple of days, there has been a lot of misinformation in the media regarding certain provisions in the 2023 budget, totaling about 423.8 billion. In fact, the headline was 424 billion.
There is no controversy in this matter. For us, we know what is provided for in the budget. We know there's nothing that has been done wrong. But we decided to call her for the sake of allowing the public to understand, to hear from her. But we've studied the entire document and we saw there's nothing wrong with that.
The Senate is expected to pass the 2023 budget next week. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management says selection of beneficiaries in all federal government intervention programs has always been even and scientific. This is when she appeared before the Senate Ad Hoc Committee investigating the alleged uneven disbursement of loans to the 6 geopolitical zones by the Nigeria Development Bank. National Assembly correspondent Dayo Gunshola reports.
This Ad Hoc Committee of the Senate was initially set up to investigate alleged uneven disbursement of loans by Nigeria Development Bank. The scope of its mandate has been expanded to cover other transactions bearing similar allegations, especially the social investment programs of the federal government.
How much was given to Zamfara and how much is given to Lagos? They want to know in Naira and Kobo.
The custodian of social safety nets told the committee that the ministry engages empirical data in arriving at beneficiaries of all the 4 interventions.
Our intervention is being done scientifically so that people who are most impacted by poverty are those who we reach out to. But that is not to say that other states are also being left behind.
Let us see the people who have benefited from these programs. The 4 clusters were conceived, but the implementation, let us see what it is.
All these numbers you see, at the end of the day, there's no state that is not fairly treated. But I have to also mention that some states are very, very aggressive. There are states where they will not even talk to you.
With the understanding that counterclaims of some of the programs are coming from the state level, The committee requested for more specific details of all the beneficiaries. Rayo Nshola, NTA News.
NTA Network News continues shortly after some messages. Do stay with NTA.
Feliz Navidad.
Glow wishes you a Merry Christmas.
Nigeria, get ready. Industries, get ready. The die is cast and all is set for the first ever National Environmental Compliance Awards, NECA. Deserving facilities in different sectors will receive the award for their compliance with environmental regulations. These awards will be presented by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Date 6 December 2022. Venue, the Conference Center of the Presidential Villa. This event is powered by the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, NESRA, a parastatal of the Federal Ministry of Environment. Hashtag NESRA Award 2022. NESRA, ensuring a cleaner and healthier environment for all Nigerians.
Information passed down for generation.
My people, my name is Emeka. Meku scammers. Let me get all this people. I don't learn my lesson. Somebody come buy motor for my hand, carry big money, come give me. Now when we get bust, then my eye open. I don't know that 419 be. Now when EFCC grab them, now they come grab me too. Now he make me they warn you. All of them when they do business like me, where they carry big money, well I go sometimes I go carry transfer, carry bring back. Yeah. They could shine in my eye because the special control unit against money laundering, what they call SCUMO, they don't want to say if the money pass 5 million naira for individual, no collect them. If he pass 10 million naira for company, no collect them. Can I go where? Bank. If you not do them like that, 250,000 naira for every day where this offense happen. Or they go suspend your license, or they go shut them down, for your hand. No talk say, I know one you.
This message is from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
The Chairman Body of Benchers, Chief Wale Olanikpekun, CFR SAN, cordially invite all members of the Body of Benchers and aspirants to the call to bar ceremony for successful candidates in the September 2022 bar final examinations, scheduled to take place as follows. Date: Tuesday 6th and Wednesday 7th December 2022. Time: 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Venue: Body of Benchers Complex, Abuja. All guests should note that the event is strictly by invitation. There will be live coverage of the event on Channels Television as well as live streaming on YouTube. All aspirants and parents/guardians are required to be seated at least an hour before the commencement of the ceremony, as the gates will be closed afterwards. Announcer Daniel Manasi Teller, Esquire, Secretary, Body of Benchers.
It's nice to know you're still watching the network news on NTA. The 7th edition of the PMB Scorecard 2015 to 2023 has featured the Minister of Water Resources, Anthony Forson, has the details.
Setting the stage for his water resources counterpart, Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed had responded to comments credited to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who is a presidential candidate of the opposition PDP, by chronicling achievements of the ruling APC headed by President Muhammadu Buhari in all sectors.
Now that he can travel home freely, thanks to the Buhari administration, it is not sweet in his mouth to accuse the same administration of doing nothing. In the area of social investment programs, there have been 29,461 beneficiaries from Adamawa State alone of the Empower program of the Buhari administration. Under the homegrown school feeding program, so 162,782 pupils from Adamawa State are benefiting from our 1 meal a day program. That program employs also 2,259 cooks in Adamawa and has covered 1,236 schools in the state. How many school children did the PDP feed in Adamawa or anywhere in the 8 years of that Atiku Abubakar was vice president?
For the Water Resources Minister, in his presentation, he spoke on the status of water resources as at 2015, the agenda adopted for the sector, policies and programs, as well as infrastructure development plan for immediate and long term.
Our mandate is to develop and implement policies, projects and programs that will enable sustainable access to safe and sufficient water to meet the social, cultural, environmental and economic development needs of all Nigerians. So we are not restricted to water supply. Water supply is just an aspect. And our activities are guided, since we came into office, we've been working under 3 pillars. First is the National Water Resources Master Plan. This was a plan that was developed way back in 1995 that had been virtually jettisoned by previous administration. We had to bring it back because we have a plan.
On infrastructure, he explained that attention focused on dams and hydropower projects.
2016, we came up with a new program to enhance water supply and sanitation delivery in the country, which we call PWASH, Partnership for Expanded Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Program. And then we also, that same year, launched our new national roadmap for elimination of open defecation in the country by 2025. We also, 2 years later, developed a national action plan for revitalization of the water, sanitation and hygiene sector. And with that also came with the declaration of a state of emergency of the water supply and sanitation sector by President Muhammadu Buhari himself.
Fielding questions after his presentation, the minister cleared the air on river basins and the proliferation of boreholes.
A lot of things are happening to the river basins. It's going to take time, but we'll get there. In every country of the world, Nigeria is the only country where there is no regulation for boreholes. There is no standard. And we want to do that. We are not saying you cannot build a borehole in your house. Nobody is going to stop you to build a borehole in your house. But we don't need these boreholes. What we want to do as part of the process, and that is what that bill is also trying to do, is to make sure that for municipal water schemes, you cannot do away with boreholes entirely. In rural areas where there is no surface water source, you have to rely on boreholes.
On job creation, the minister said 622,642 persons were empowered as at 2019, while as at 2022, the figure rose to 1,227,477. This, he maintained, is in line with President Muhammadu Buhari's directives. In Abuja, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
The House of Representatives Committee on Electoral Matters has reaffirmed the commitment of President Muhammadu Buhari to ensuring the 2023 general election is transparent, free and fair. At an audience with a team of election observers from the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute, the chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters, Aisha Dukku, said most of the non-sensitive materials for next year's general election have been procured.
It is our collective resolve, especially President Muhammadu Buhari, who has promised Nigerians that the elections must be free and fair. And he wants to leave a better Nigeria, in terms of democracy.
Democracy is under threat globally, right? We all have to come together, learn from each other, support each other. And so very, very interested to hear about the work that you've been doing.
Other issues discussed include the legal provisions as contained in the Electoral Act towards the credibility of the process. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says the presidential candidate of the opposition People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has no moral justification to criticize the APC administration led by President Muhammadu Buhari. Anthony Forson reports.
Let me use this opportunity to comment on the increasing tendency by some opposition presidential candidates.
The Information and Culture Minister described it as an increasing tendency by some opposition presidential candidates to downplay the achievements of the present administration in their desperation for power.
The worst offender in this category has been the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. During his recent campaign in Akure, the former VP was quoted as saying that the APC had not done anything for Nigeria in 8 years.
Lai Mohammed noted that if anyone would accuse the APC-led federal government, it shouldn't be Atiku Abubakar.
What a preposterous statement from somebody who should know. I guess we can excuse His Excellency the former Vice President, who until recently had fully relocated to Dubai, thus losing touch with Nigeria. This is because for the 16 years of the PDP rule, 8 of which Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was Vice President, there was no motorable road to the former VPC hometown, and indeed to key local governments in the southern senatorial zone that served as Adamawa's food basket and economic nerve center until the government of President Muhammadu Buhari assumed office. Today, gentlemen, the Mayo, Belwa, Jada, Ganye, Tungo Road has been constructed fully and is the road that Alhaji Atiku uses to get to his hometown of Jada.
On security and infrastructure, Lai Mohammed said Atiku is a beneficiary of the achievements of the APC-led administration.
Before the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, all the 5 local government areas in Adamawa Northern Senatorial District were effectively under the control of the Boko Haram terrorists. Today, not an inch of these local governments in Adamawa, the home state of the former Vice President, is under the control of Boko Haram. Please note, gentlemen, that throughout that period, that was 2014 to 2017, the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, could not even go home.
In Abuja, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has taken a firm stand against electoral violence and intimidation in the forthcoming general elections, urging fellow contestants to do the same and let the election be determined by voters rather than domineering intimidation of a troublesome few. This was while addressing Chatham House in London, a platform for intellectual engagement on different issues of contemporary interest to people around the world. In the address titled Nigeria's 2023 Elections, Security, economic and foreign policy imperatives, Tinubu vowed that if elected president in the 2023 elections, Nigeria would epitomize values of democracy during elections anywhere in Africa by ensuring that democratic ideals are followed and all forms of electoral violence rejected, allowing only the will of the people to prevail. The former Lagos State governor also seized the global opportunity to offer clear directions on security, economy, foreign policy if he emerges president of Nigeria.
We reduce the unemployment rate so that we can double the economy in 10 years. Nigeria is part of the global community, ready to accelerate its growth and committed to democracy, freedom, and understanding around the world. When we stick to it, democracy is not easy to manage, to promote. We have seen challenges around and across the world, but we are up to the task.
In the same vein, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, says his government, if elected, will open Nigeria to economic opportunities which will address socio-economic problems of the country. Atiku Abubakar was addressing a crowd of supporters in Lagos when his campaign train visited the state in continuation of the nationwide tour to get more votes. Onotu Yakubu reports.
Party stalwarts, including the vice presidential candidate and governor of Delta State, wife of presidential candidate, and campaign council members took turns to address the crowd of supporters. After which, the national chairman officially presented the party's flag to the Lagos State governorship candidate, Adeniran Abdulaziz, popularly known as Jandor. The party leaders said they have the template to recover Lagos State and Nigeria, harness the wealth and make it work for every citizen, irrespective of status.
We do not want a Lagos State where the rich will become richer and the poor will become poorer. That is not the Lagos of our dream. We will restore the economy of Nigeria. Those factories that have left Lagos today, they will all come back. As the 16th governor of the state, I am going to put a stop to.
Then, the presidential candidate mounted the podium, promising to establish a people-oriented governance structure that will work for all the citizens.
On my own time, if you elect me as the president, I said and I promise, by the grace of God, I am going to set aside $10 billion so that we can empower our young men and women in small and medium enterprises.
The PDP candidate encouraged Nigerians to key into his vision for a better and prosperous Nigeria by taking the message of hope to residents in far-flung places in the state and the nation. From the Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Onotu Yakubu, NTA News.
And still for more reports from Lagos, let's now join Michael, who is standing by.
Thank you, Najatu. There is no relief yet for the motoring public in Lagos State as current episode of fuel scarcity lingers, biting harder. Dana Jale, who monitored the situation, reports around the metropolis, reports that for now it takes more money and longer hours to get the products.
The congestion seen here is not the usual traffic Lagos State is notorious for. Rather, it is the outcome of lingering petrol scarcity being experienced in the state. While many fuel stations are devoid of activities, suggesting that the product is still in short supply, the long queues at some other filling stations where the product is available for sale represent a test of patience and will of these customers.
So how long have you been here?
For like 2-3 hours, sir.
I've been here for quite 4 hours, more than 4 hours, just to get 5 liters I'm going to put in my car. Where the car is even parked is very, very risky.
Instead of to allow the people that have been on the queue to enter, they will not allow people to enter. People will now go and maneuver, enter through the other line and buy fuel.
The stress is too much, and some people are still selling it higher price.
As for how much a litre of the product now costs, it ranges from government-approved pump price of 169 naira per litre to as high as 300 naira at some stations. As expected, commuters are at the receiving end of the situation, as they are forced to either pay higher fares or endure long treks to their destinations. They are, however, hopeful that with measures being taken by government and relevant authorities, normalcy will soon be restored. In Lagos, Diana Ajale, NTA News.
Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal Oladayo Amo says the Nigerian Air Force will retain its commanding height by adopting modern measures that will further entrench the culture of safety in its personnel. He said this in Lagos during a 2-day seminar for safety personnel of the Nigerian Air Force and other safety professionals in Nigeria. Ruth Aria Samuel reports.
Amid insecurity in Nigeria, the military offensive against terrorists, bandits, and other criminals by the Nigerian Air Force has increased. The NAF in the last 1 year has invested substantially in R&D to develop unprecedented capacity to surmount current and emerging security challenges, while also enhancing its operational viability. Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, while acknowledging that safety in the NAF remains a shared responsibility that requires synergy amongst personnel, he directed the Chief of Standards and Evaluation to ensure that all NAF units have at least a safety-trained officer to mitigate the dangers associated with poor safety management and procedures. The Director of Safety Nigeria Air Force also reiterated the need for all NAF pilots and aircrew to continue to be updated with evolving safety measures and ensure they keep abreast with new safety innovations in line with best international practices.
Air operations become safer, and also ground operations, in that safety, as we say, is everybody's business, not necessarily for the pilot or the aircraft engineer, but also those on ground, as what you call occupational safety, health and environment.
Sophisticated equipment that require the utmost standard of safety for those operating them, to ensure that they bring to bear what those machines have been purchased for.
The seminar will discuss, among other issues, repositioning the NAF safety management for enhanced operational efficiency. In Lagos, Ruth Ario Samuel, NTA News.
At nta.ng/live and on our other social media handles displayed on your screen for updates. Time for some messages saying when we return, business news is next with Musa Abubakar. Please stay.
Feliz Navidad.
Glow wishes you a Merry Christmas.
The Nigerian Inter-Religious Council, NIREC, under the co-chairmanship of His Eminence Archbishop Daniel Oko, President, Christian Association of Nigeria, and His Eminence Mohammed Saad Abubakar, PFR MNI, the Sultan of Sokoto, and President General, Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, hereby invites the general public to its fourth quarter 2022 council meeting under the theme Peaceful and Credible Elections for National Renaissance. Date 6 December 2022. Time 10 a.m. Venue Nikon Luxury Hotel, Area 11, Abuja. Father Prof. Colenius Omonokwa, Executive Secretary, Announcer.
I dey look for pension fund administrator. Wey stop, make sense, wey care for me. No be the time when story go enter the matter when it's time to deliver. No. The bank with your them no go stress you. Call them, then they accessible. Yes, customer care where they on point. No go regret when you try up cut. Profitable investment. Everything we just a play. Make you choose premium pension today. Make that switch to premium pension. Premium pension. Make that switch to premium pension.
Join over 700,000 satisfied members and enjoy the premium experience at our offices across the 36 states in Nigeria, including the FCT. Call 094615700704 to make the switch today. Premium pension. Active today, premium tomorrow.
Esther, you're late again. Esther. She's a wandering light in the darkness. She's beautiful. Oh, she's a superstar. She never let her mama down. She's beautiful. She know they care. She know they ever got it for them.
No phones at the table, please. Esther. I love you too.
Don't forget our pick your phone.
I love you.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Be inspired with inspirational quotes and win in the Top T Taste to Know Inspiration 2.0 promo. Enjoy inspirational quotes and get a chance to win free airtime or 10,000 naira cash prize. Simply buy a pack of Top T, collect inspirational card with unique letters to spell Top T. Take a picture of your collection and share on Facebook or Instagram and tag at Top T Nigeria. Offer valid while stocks last. Terms and conditions apply. Top T, taste to know.
Full House Refreshments is goodness to go round. Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Enjoy Full House goodness filled with essential vitamin and minerals. Peak, reach for your peak.
Wake up your champion with the goodness of Milo and get 50 grams free in every 400 grams pack you buy. Hurry, grab yours now.
You're still watching NTA Network News. It's time to talk business. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has provided a loan facility for the year 2022-2023 dry season farming. Director Development Finance Yusuf Yila says the Apex Bank, under its Uncle Borrowers program, will focus on only 3 crops: rice, maize, and wheat.
The dry season program will have initial strategies to do 700,000 hectares, of which wheat is 250,000, rice is 400,000, and maize is 50,000. Maize typically we do in the wet season, and we have enough strategic reserve to be able to, stabilize prices next year and even 2024.
Minister of State Petroleum Resources Timipri Silva says Nigeria will continue to work hard to ensure the country meet its Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries OPEC crude oil production quota of 1.8 million barrels per day. by the end of May 2023. A statement by Horatius Igwa, Senior Advisor on Media and Communications to the Minister, indicates that the Minister spoke after OPEC agreed to maintain its present production cut among member countries to stabilize the market. He explained that the federal government will continue to improve security along the tracks of the major crude oil pipelines and block every linkages through which crude oil is stolen by oil thieves and pipeline vandals. The equities market closed bullish to begin the week in positive territory. The all-share index climbed 0.24% at 48,270.23 basis point. A total turnover of 645 million securities valued at 4.1 billion naira exchanged hands in 3,486 deals. Equity capitalization increased to 26.2 trillion naira. Now the news continues after the break.
More business from where it is to where you want it to be requires all the support you can get. GrowBiz from Keystone Bank, you have it all to unlock your business potentials. Open a GrowBiz account and receive business and financial advisory to give your business the edge to always succeed in the marketplace. Enjoy the free access to the MSME Academy, which helps your capacity to grow your business. Business loans with attractive interest rates to fund your business with ease. Maintaining your GrowBiz account comes at no cost at all. You have the business and our support. Sign on to the GrowBiz account on KeystoneBankNG.com and get the support your business needs to grow. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
When times are tough, we know that as a mother, one thing you should never compromise on is your family's oral health, because they deserve the best. Oral-B, all-round protection. It's great value. It protects your mouth from harmful bacteria and also protects you against tooth holes and gum problems, which can lead to tooth loss. It strengthens your family's teeth and gives them all-round protection. So remember, protect their future. Oral-B for healthier, stronger teeth in just 1 week.
How would it sound when you wake up one day and there's no country? Only chaos, confusion, bloodshed. No. We must stand for our nation. We must also stand for the armed forces. Our prayers, our validation of their efforts is what they need, which we must strive to give them as patriotic citizens. Together, we are stronger. One nation, one armed forces, one people, our Nigeria.
Wake up your champion with the goodness of Milo and get 50 grams free in every 400 grams pack you buy. Hurry, grab yours now.
Looking fresh for your date? Get even fresher with Close Up. New Close Up Triple Fresh formula. It cleans deeply, fights 99% of bacteria, and cools intensely, keeping you protected and fresh.
Let's take a picture.
Still fresh, still protected.
Feeling cool and protected.
All day confidence to get close. New Close Up Triple Fresh formula.
A peak protein breakfast gets you to a great day. How do I know? Because my daddy goes through his work feeling good and always with a smile. Mommy is always filled with confidence. My sister is always in tune. And for me, learning new things becomes absolute fun. Because all day and every day, the peak goes on.
Start your day with a peak protein breakfast. Peak. Reach for your peak. We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. No cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic, and enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades.
Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
You clean your teeth every morning, but that fresh breath feeling just doesn't last. The answer? Easy. You keep your teeth strong and healthy and give your mouth long-lasting fresh breath with new Oral-B 2-in-1 toothpaste. It helps strengthen your teeth and gives you long-lasting fresh breath.
So fresh, feel fresh, and feel fresh.
Stay strong, stay fresh. New Oral-B toothpaste for strong teeth and long-lasting fresh breath.
Be inspired with inspirational quotes and win in the Top T Taste to Know Inspiration 2.0 promo. Enjoy inspirational quotes and get a chance to win free airtime or 10,000 naira cash prize. Simply buy a pack of Top T, collect inspirational card with unique letters to spell Top T. Take a picture of your collection and share on Facebook or Instagram and tag at Top T Nigeria. Offer valid while stocks last. Terms and conditions apply. Top T, taste to know.
The Northeast Development Commission has reiterated its commitment to coordinating resettlement and integration of infrastructure for victims of insurgency, as well as tackling poverty, among other challenges in the Northeast region. The Managing Director of the NEDC, Mohammed Goni Al-Ali, made this known at a media parley organized by the Commission for 29 heads of media organizations from across the country. Yagum Subukar reports.
This media parley organized by the Northeast Development Commission attracted bureau chiefs from various media organizations, showcased activities of the NEDC in the region. Managing Director NEDC Muhammad Gwani Alkali, while underscoring the importance of the media, highlighted the achievements so far recorded in the region since its establishment.
We can base, but there are a lot of demanding issues now, which cannot wait for the next 20 years to reap the investment for you to use it for other purposes. But now that we are stabilizing, I'm sure when you read the master plan, there's a clear area whereby we'll be able to invest in areas that are very, very critical.
Chairman NEDC Major General Paul Talfa, retired, assured that the Commission will continue to live up to expectations. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, represented by Group Captain Sadiq Shehu, reiterated the ministry's continued support to the NEDC. A documentary on the achievements of the NEDC was featured to acquaint participants on successes recorded so far. Papers were presented by Director General Noah and Professor Joseph Wilson. The media parley, which was interactive, accorded participants opportunity to rub mind on issues and how best to strengthen the relative peace being enjoyed in the region. The team also had a tour of projects being executed by the NEDC. In Maiduguri, Yagum Subukar, NTA News.
The Kaduna State government has reiterated its commitment to providing quality education to children in the state. Governor Nasiru El-Rufai gave the assurance at a Quranic recitation and graduation ceremony of students of Iya Alu Memorial School, Zaria. Tina Turu reports.
Our pioneer students of Iya Alu Memorial School showcasing their talent, having gone through both Islamic and Western education. Governor Nasir El-Rufai, represented by the Commissioner of Education, Hajia Halima Lawal, who noted that government alone cannot afford quality education, however said the free basic education policy is already being implemented.
We have free and compulsory education up to the senior secondary level.
The government cannot afford, to cater for everybody. So entrepreneurship is the way forward.
Other speakers at the event charged parents and teachers to live up to their responsibility by inculcating in the children sound moral teaching. Founder of the school and former Assistant Controller General of Customs, Bashir Abubakar, urged the graduates to be good ambassadors of the school by exemplifying good conduct in both learning and character wherever they find themselves.
I implore you to practice self-reliance, dedication, honesty, and how to help one another.
The students showcased their innovative and vocational skills as those who distinguished themselves went home with various gifts and cash prizes. In Zaria, Tina Turu, NTA News.
President Muhammadu Buhari felicitates with his royal line to bear on Remo land, culminating in his recognition and award of the National Honor, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. As Oba Torumbuwa II marks his 5th anniversary as the 19th Akaribo of Remo land on Wednesday, December 7, President Buhari rejoices with the government and people of Ogun State, especially the indigenes of Remo land, who have witnessed tremendous peace, progress and development which have characterized the Akaribo's reign. The president also prays for God's continued guidance and good health for the esteemed monarch. And up next is Sports Update.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup round of 16 matches climaxed Tuesday with the only remaining African representatives at the Mundial, Atlas Lions of Morocco, taking on the 2010 champion Spain at the Education City Stadium, Qatar. Portugal faces Switzerland for a place in the last 8 of the tournament in the second match of the day. 3 national and sports festival records were broken in the 100 meters freestyle at the ongoing National Sports Festival in Asaba. Adaku Nwando of Bayelsa State set a new festival record time of 1.00.07 seconds. Timipre of Delta State also set a new national festival time of 2.04.52 seconds in 200 meters butterfly women event.
The time I swam so far is, I think I'm improving on my time. And the international ones, I'm also improving on the time as well.
Edo State emerged winner of the ODI cricket event in the female category after playing 59 runs in 15.2 overs to defeat Ebonyi. Oyo State defeated Kaduna in the men's category by 2 wickets. In tennis, Team Oge over the weekend emerged winners of the FCT Inter-Club Tennis Tournament held at the City Sports Club Abuja, beating Abuja Country Club 6-2 in the deciding men's doubles final.
Ideal. What we want to see all over places in Nigeria.
This is an opportunity for a lot of people to know that this kind of tournaments can be represented anywhere in the country.
The one-day tennis tournament had 6 teams within the Federal Capital Territory in attendance. With sports updates, I am Chukunonso Nwabweze, NTA News.
The death has occurred of Malam Muhammad Mayaki, the Gado Damasu of Gumel, retired permanent secretary in the Jigawa state government. Aged 69, Mayaki Gumel was a resource person to the media, especially the Nigerian Television Authority, and contributed to the development of cultural activities in Nigeria. He is survived by a wife, children, and grandchildren. On that note, we conclude the network news. Thanks for watching. I'm Naja'atu Tijani.